Have a seat. We'll get started.
You're a tough one, poor John.
Who Justin? Oh, I didn't know that.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the West Melbourne Brevard County Joint Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. It's 5:30. If you'd stand for the pledge and a moment of silent meditation, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Can we have a roll call of this board, please?
Chair Rose.
Here.
Vice Chair Ditmore.
Here.
Board Member Adams.
Here.
Board Member Bentley.
Here.
Board Member McDowell.
Here.
Board Member Frampus.
Here.
Board Member Young. Board Member Zonka.
Please note that Board Member Ditmore is joining us remotely. And did we hear from Ms. Zonka?
I did not.
Okay. We have a motion to excuse.
Motion to excuse, Ms. Zonka.
Thank you. Second, Rose. Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
Nay.
Motion carries 7-1 with Mr. Frampus voting nay. Our next item up, this is a brand new year for the CRA board. We need to select a chair and a vice chair for this year that we're in, 2023. I'll entertain motions. Mr. Bentley?
Yeah, make a motion that you be the chair and that Mr. Frampus be the deputy chair, whatever they call it.
Yeah, vice chair.
Yes, vice chair.
Mr. McDowell?
I will second that.
All right. Any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. 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 Oppose? Motion carries 7-0. Approval of the August 9th, 2022 minutes. Everybody had a chance to review those? Ms. Young?
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Bentley?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Our next item, number 6, is joint West Melbourne Brevard County Community Redevelopment Agency meeting schedule for this year that we're in. We meet quarterly, and Ms. Fisher, would you like to take that?
Right. I was just going to remind everybody that as agenda item number 6.1 for this Community Redevelopment Agency, you've got the resolution number 2023-01, which sets the CRA board meetings for March 7th, May 16th, August 15th, and December 19th. And we try to put a little description of what each meeting would have. As you know, most of the meetings, are only about half an hour. So if there's something that you all think, we need to know about these dates, if you could please let us know. Otherwise, if you could please make a motion to adopt the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bentley?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd make a motion we adopt resolution 2023-01, setting the dates for the board meetings for the CRA for this year.
Thank you. Ms. Adams?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Mr. McDowell, anything? Okay. All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? Mr. Ditmore, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
As a aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes 7-0. Now, this is the time, that's all we have scheduled for this meeting, or for CRA, but we allow the public to have any comments. Is anybody from the public that wants to speak on the CRA? Seeing none, we'll close public comments. Mr. Bentley?
I'd make a motion we adjourn the CRA meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Adams?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Stand up. Okay, this meeting is adjourned. We'll start the regular city council meeting at 6 o'clock. I wish all our meetings went. Evening, everyone. I'd like to call the West Melbourne City Council meeting to order. It's January 17th, 2023. If you'd stand for the pledge and a moment of silent meditation, please. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. We have roll call, City Council, please.
Mayor Rose,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Frampus,
Here.
Councilmember Bentley,
Here.
Councilmember Young,
Here.
Councilmember Ditmore,
John? He's here.
Councilmember Ditmore.
Here.
okay.
Okay, you need to be able to speak in that mic if you want to participate.
Councilmember McDowell,
Here.
Councilmember Adams.
Here.
We need a motion to allow Councilman Ditmore to attend remotely. Ms. Adams,
I'll make a motion for Councilmember Ditmore to attend remotely.
Mr. Frampus,
Second.
any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So I say we have a full house, so if you want to speak tonight, please fill out a speaker card, and I'll tell you a little bit about the rules. I'd like to welcome everyone for attending this January 17, 2023 meeting of the West Melbourne City Council. Members of the public are welcome to speak on any issue, whether it's on tonight's agenda or any issue that's important to you. Each person who wishes to speak should complete a speaker card and submit it ahead of time to the city clerk. The speaker cards are located by the nice young lady there at the front there. After you've been recognized to speak, please use the microphone here at the podium and clearly state your name and address for the record. Please address all your comments to the city council body rather than individual members, and direct all your comments and questions to this chair. Speakers will be given up to 3 minutes on most items. Please observe all rules of decorum and refrain from rude and derogatory remarks or personal attacks. We do appreciate the members of the audience that are here tonight and being involved in your city. Also, I know some of you have some signs. You're more than welcome to hold those up, but try not to block anybody behind you, and we got cameras, so we don't want to, all this is recorded, so we like to get the meeting going and flowing. All right. Again, Chief of Police is there for crowd control, and seriously, the fire marshal. We got a full house here. We do have an overflow room with TV cameras, and so they can see what's going on, and we'll try to keep the meeting going and flowing. So most of you have agendas. For those that do not, we have a few presentations, public hearings that some of them we heard before. They should go pretty quickly. Consent agenda, public forum, and action items. And again, we'll get to tonight is I have a couple presentations, so I'm going to go up to the mic up here and continue from there. All right. So our first presentation I have tonight is I want to call up Stephen Frampus, council member. Mr. Frampus, as he's coming up here, has completed the first course of elected municipal officials. This is a course that's held a number of times a year throughout the state, and it's kind of a training for us. I know most everybody here has completed a lot of them. I completed 4 of them, Mr. Bentley, 4 of them. The rest of the council members from have registered. I know Ms. Adams is going this month to take her first course. So this is a presentation, a certificate of completion for EMO. EMO stands for Institute of Elected Municipal Officials. Certificate of completion, October 14th through October 15th, 2022, held in Tampa, Florida, presented to Stephen Francis, council member, City of West Melbourne. Congratulations, Stephen. Completing. Stephen, you want to say anything?
Photobombed him.
What you learned in 3 minutes or less? No.
It's a very informative class. It teaches you the basics on what we're supposed to do when we're up there on the dais, and absolutely plan on attending the other 3 classes when they come up. So I'm here to work for you, and this is part of how we work for you. We make sure we learn our job well. Appreciate you.
Should be right on top of the computer.
That's a good job.
While she's loading that up, I just want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I know I'm not sure if you're here to hear the mayor's state of the city or talk about some road or something, but either way, I'm glad that you're here, and hopefully you'll continue to attend these meetings. And you are our bosses, and we do listen to you. We have a city to run. It's just like I always say, if you build a gas station on one side of the road, half the people are mad. If you build it on the other side, the other half are mad. But this is democracy, and we'll get through this, I promise. So let me present this. I'll try to be fairly quick. We had a pretty good year last year. We built that sign and to hide the big sewer thing in the back. But I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things we did, and just a little look forward of this year, 2023. I was waiting for her to click it. So, all right. So I'm addressing this to all the residents. Again, we've accomplished quite a bit this last year, and I think the word of the day is change. Change is upon us. The only constant in our life is change. I mean, you can like it or not like it, but Florida's growing, Brevard County's growing, the roads are getting more crowded, everything is changing. It's talking about our administration. You talk about changes. We have a new city manager, new to the City of West Melbourne, 20 years experience, a new chief police, very experienced, a new city attorney, a new finance director, a new human resource director. Then I ran out of room, so I quit doing that. But that's what we have. I mean, you have probably close to 20, 40, 75, 100 years worth of experience right there. New to the city of West Melbourne, pretty much. So that's what we're looking at for this year. We also, tail end of the year, just coming through COVID, a lot of changes. Not only, as families, we all kind of adapted to COVID, but the city has to figure out ways to deal with that as well. So we did a pretty good job. Some people are working from home remotely and just other things to be a little more efficient for our city. And we continue striving to improve our everyday interaction with you, our residents. And not just NIMBY, not in my backyard. We want you to come out and speak to us all the time. And I apologize, my back's to you there, but I got to see this. So, sorry about the small print here. One of our missions, and we have a lot of missions, is to provide quality police protection. We spend a little less than 50% of our budget on our police, and that's what we want. We want a safe community, and we are a very safe community. Not perfect, getting better. We're looking forward to what Chief is going to do to make us safer. We also have the comprehensive plan. Again, that's a living, breathing document, and we're working on the new one. How do we want our city to grow? The next one, encourage enhancement of the city's appearance. Again, we're trying to improve our landscaping and do other things to preserve what we have. For instance, when we take a tree out, we make them plant another tree, at least one tree, depending on the size. We provide the necessary infrastructure to keep us going. Our water pipes are old. We're trying to make those loops so it's a higher pressure for fire suppression and that kind of things, and pave the roads. As you know, many of the roads in West Melbourne are not city roads, they're county or state roads. All the main roads are not city roads. We do a pretty good job of paving the local roads. We do have a good leadership here in the city. We hired some of the best people. Also, we can recognize that we are environmentally responsible. We're doing a lot of things with runoff water, just environmental area. And this city, I can say, very blessed that we are financially responsible. We weren't always in this good shape that we are now, but we are in excellent shape financially. And we're very proud of our community, and we want to, again, engage with our citizens more and more. Our vision of the city is, again, to be vibrant, to grow, to have a place where people want to live, work, play, and all those adjectives that describe us. Again, we talked about financial integrity. We are well managed there. Community collaboration. We are a population that's diverse. We try to include everybody in there. We do have a number of things that we really try to help out. We have Promise in Brevard, which is a special need community. We have the Field of Dreams. We have Nana's House, and that's just some of them that I'm mentioning that we try to work with to really be part of the community. In fact, the Promise team, the special needs group there, is part of my Mayor's Fitness Challenge this year. We provide excellent service, and we try to find solutions that are innovative, that we can do more with less. And again, sustainability, we try to be good stewards with our natural resources. This slide here, it's all by the numbers. So West Melbourne was incorporated in 1959. We split apart from the city of Melbourne because Melbourne wanted to charge property tax. The forefathers of West Melbourne said, we don't want to pay property tax. So the city of West Melbourne went 45 years with zero property tax. How did we get our money? Well, you didn't want to speed, and you didn't want to get permits because, that's how we got a lot of the revenue. Not anymore. So we started a property tax. It was a hard thing to do, but we started that, and we have one of the lowest, and I'm going to show you a slide of that later on, to be very competitive, and that's why we're growing. It's a good value for your dollar. West Melbourne is almost 11 square miles. We're annexing some property west of 95, but still very small. We have 141 full-time employees and 3 part-time employees. Our population is almost 29,000. When I was elected in 2000, we had like 7,000 people. So obviously West Melbourne is a nice place to live. People are coming here. I thought this one was interesting. Our population, females, we got 14,500, and males, 14,400. So we're pretty even there. It's a good ratio. We have, if you look at the chart, the circle diagram, it's showing our age groups. I don't know if you can all read that. 65 and over is 21%. The biggest group is between 18 and 64. That's 49%. And again, we have a lot of young people, and they're interested in local government, and they make up over 24 to 30% of the population here. We have 9,800 households in West Melbourne. We have a lot of parks in West Melbourne. Not all those are West Melbourne run, but we have county parks, but 237 acres worth of parks, so we like our green area. The median household income is almost $77,000, and the persons per household is 2.59. That last number is kind of interesting to me because that number has grown. 2.59 people per, I don't know if that's going to show up, 2.59 people living in every house. And what we learned is they're not necessarily having more kids right now. What happened is a lot of your young people are moving back to live with mom and dad because of whatever reason. So those numbers are growing. Financial integrity on the upper right-hand side there, we got a recognition for the way we present our budget, not only the amount of money we have in there, but we're trying to be very, very transparent. One of the numbers that we're very proud of is last year in 2022, we were awarded over $28 million in grants. So that's huge. For even half of that is a huge number for a small city like this. It's all of us working together to get that money to bring it back here. Building permits valuations increased by 15% to $55 million, even though I need to tell you that building has slowed down. Building has slowed down a lot. The reason it increased that much is because, as you know, the price of 2x4s and everything else has went way up, and the cost of land and everything else, that's why it's up 15%. Building permits issued, we had 82 permits in the year before, and we went up to 97. And I'm only talking single-family housing, apartment complexes, businesses, and that kind of stuff. We had thousands and thousands of permits. Those are air conditioners and roofs and things like that. But we're talking single-family housing or something that big. And as far as bonding, we have AA+. The reason it's not the highest, we haven't borrowed any money in over 10 years, so they don't know how the city pays back money. In fact, we have one more payment for some old water pipes, and then we'll be debt-free. You can applause on that, too. Thank you. Thank you. This year, again, we're upgrading our comprehensive plan, 2040. We had 56 meetings sort of like this one, planning and zoning, those kind of meetings. And I looked at the other one. Your council, all 7 of us are very busy going to different meetings. I don't care if it's Chamber of Commerce, different functions. Most of these people belong to multiple organizations, so we're representing you, and we've probably been to over 1,000 meetings throughout the year. So kudos to everybody that gets involved in their spare time. Thank you. Again, we're talking about sustainable areas. Melbourne Estates flood risk reduction. This is development right behind City Hall here on Henry. On Henry. You'll see some pipes in front. That's one of our older developments. The houses, most of them are built in the 50s. The base of the house is level with the ground. It flooded out before. So we're taking a lot of that grant money, and we're spending $7.5 million to mitigate some of their flood issues and improve their water pipes and just whatever we can do for the older area. Most of us, I saw a lot of your speaker cards, live in the newer developments where there's retention ponds and all those things. They don't have that there. So that's a lot of money in one little area of the city, but it'll be well worth it. We mitigated impacts of major flooding with canal maintenance. We bought a special tractor to go in the canals. Again, a lot of the canals that run through the city are not West Melbourne. They're St. John's, this, that, or the other organization, but we're cleaning out all of ours regularly. We did build a new stormwater retention pond, 3 million gallons, I think, as you see in the picture on the bottom there. It was so big we did a ribbon cutting for a retention pond. This will take the water from this area, from behind Heritage Oaks, that canal there. That's what it's made for all that water to direct it, go in that direction. We also did some small projects on Southwest Shannon Avenue, a head wall management construction project there. And another exciting project we finished a few years ago was septic to sewer project to help the Indian River Lagoon. That was on Sylvan Estates. And we have 3 more subdivisions we're doing this year. Trying to get rid of the septic tanks. I think we have 250 in our city. This will get us down to about 100, I believe. So again, we had 56 public meetings, trying to get people to visit our websites. 125,000 there. I know a lot of you get your information from Nextdoor, from Facebook. Some of that may or may not be accurate, but we all love it there. Every Friday, the city manager writes a little something what we've done for the week and some of the things that we passed. We need to try to get that number up, so that comes on your email. You can subscribe to it. It's free. Our police putting the miles on the cars, 146,000 miles. Drive around the city. We had almost 7,100 traffic stops. Hopefully didn't include anybody in this room. Again, those are just numbers. I guess when you dissect those numbers, the devil's in the details, what they're all for. The newsletter comes out every other month in your water bill. If you don't get the water bill, you can get it online or we can send it to you. We had 506 arrests last year. Again, our job is not to prosecute. They arrest when somebody does something wrong, and that's up to the another function, the judges and such, to do the sentence. Again, $28 million in award grants, and every business in their city needs to get a business tax receipt, so we have 1,954 businesses that are active in our city and paying taxes. Fiscal responsibility, we have a strong cash reserve, but real quick on that. Everything in the city is pots of money. In other words, we make money on the water sale and sewer, we can't use that money to build a road. Just like our building department, we can't use building department money for anything except building something for them. It's not it's a nonprofit. Second line, we have the Citizens Police Leadership Academy coming up this next month. The Citizens Academy, please sign up for it. We have 15 slots available. You'll learn a little bit about the whole city. I think it's 5 or 6 weeks on Wednesday nights, I believe. Is that right? I got that right. Just learn all about your city, and it's a good way to get involved. We have the community enrichment things like the Mayor's Fitness Challenge. You can sign up for that. It's free. We walk as a group or by yourself. Just, again, I see some of y'all walking all the time. It's just, again, it's not necessarily competitive, trying to beat me or anybody. A lot of you can beat me, of course. But, again, just as long as you're out being active and healthy, that's what we want. And we do a lot of partnerships with other entities. The service excellence. Our employees they've been very fortunate. We've been able to give them all raises, but we base those raises not just of showing up, but each one is based on their performance. We have a lot of technology in the city. For instance, our police cars, if they do license plate readers, we have readers when enter the city, welcome to West Melbourne, and we can look at cars and look at if we're looking for license plates, we can look at those. We have cameras around the city. They're flock cameras. We can look for a red car with this model and all that. It will pull that out. And so far, that's helped solve some crimes, not only in West Melbourne, but other cities around us. And we try to always make our employees better at their jobs, so we send them for a lot of training. Again, the last thing is, I talked about the environmental and stormwater mitigation. Some major projects coming up. I'm almost finished. All these major projects coming up next year, or in this year we're coming. We have a lot of parks in the city. How can we serve you better? So we're going to ask y'all to fill out some forms and participate. What do you want in our parks? What would you like to see? One of the things that we're doing, we have 4 tennis courts here. We took 2 of them. And right now they're being converted. 2 of them are being converted to 6 pickleball courts. So hopefully they'll be finished sooner as opposed to later. We want to see what you want in these parks. So please get active in those. We have 3 new raw water wells being dug, a little over $1 million a well. We have one that we did as a trial basis. So we're going to have our own water plant, and that should open up the end of 2025. And this will be obviously, when you take the water out of the ground, I don't know, it's, I forget how many feet, let's say it's 1,300 feet. We get the water, it comes out not clean, you got to clean it, you got the brine, you got the salt, and you got to dispose of that in the sewer, and that goes a lot deeper. We have water utility infrastructure projects, as I said, the flooding places of Melbourne Estates. We have, what do we do with the raw water? That's always the thing. We want to clean up our reclaimed water. We have raw water projects galore. Sewer plant improvements, again, that's getting rid of some of the nitrogen in there on our yard to keep the waterways cleaner. North Fork Parkway and North Fork and Shallow Creek at Sawgrass off Minton Road. There's one way in and one way out in the middle of the subdivision. They have a lot of traffic issues because of that. So we're looking at putting a traffic light in there to help with the flow. And again, end of 2025, we'll do a state-of-the-art reverse osmosis water plant. So some of the new developments in West Melbourne, again, things have slowed down. The first 4 ones up there are apartment complexes. Again, these have already been zone apartments, so they pulled the permit and they're doing that. Greenleaf is off of Minton Road. It's a single-family subdivision like most of ours. There'd be 55 houses there right off 95. Where the 7-Eleven is off of 192. That's going to be a Take 5 car wash and an oil change place there. And then more apartment complexes, Dobbs Equipment, heavy equipment kind of things, and John Deere equipment. A couple hotels, Spring Hill at West Melbourne Interchange near Walmart. Sprouts is our new grocery store going up quickly. That's over there near the Walmart as well. It's kind of healthy kind of food. Smaller store, but they have them all throughout the state. Another hotel there on Hammock Landings. And yes, a 7-Eleven at Space Coast Town Center west of 95. This will be one of those 7-Eleven, just like the one we have in on Nassau that has a restaurant inside of it, a taco place inside of it. And I guess we must have a lot of dirty cars in West Melbourne because another car wash is planned. So actually, those kind of businesses, because of less labor, I think that's why they're showing up so much. And this is my last slide, and this is one, we talked about taxes a little bit. If you can't read that number, this is Brevard County places. West Melbourne, this council voted 7-0 to reduce your millage on your single-family housing. So you're paying $2.11 per thousand, reduced from last year even. If you look at the top of the chart, you got Melbourne Village that's paying them at 9.87. The highest you can be in Florida is 10. If you take 2 of our other biggest cities, and West Melbourne is now the 4th largest city in the county. But if you take the 2 other biggest cities around us, Melbourne and Palm Bay, they're paying almost 3 to 4 times more for your single family, your property tax than we are. So kudos to council for keeping your taxes down low. And again, thank you, and we will continue this, and now we'll go on to the public hearings and try to get things speeded up a little bit. Thank you for... All right, our first public hearing tonight is small-scale comprehensive plan map amendment for Coastal Lane, 205 Coastal Lane. Coastal Lane, if you don't know where it is, you got Goodwill and Rooms to Go and all that's Coastal Lane, but on the north side. This is Christy Fisher, our planning director. We'll load that up and give a presentation.
Okay, while they're doing the AV part of this, as the mayor said, I'm the city's planning director. And what we typically try to do is when we have items that are the same property on the agenda, we'll go through those items first. So,
Christie, can you speak into that mic because it's not all the way coming through?
can you guys hear me now?
That's better, yeah.
Okay. So as we do when we have items that are about the same property, we'll go through the presentations together. So agenda items 5A and B and C are all about the same property, but I'm going to do 5A and B first. And this is the second reading for it. So I will go sort of quickly through some of it, but again, just so everybody remembers, this is the property that's located on the west side of Coastal Lane. This is not the Coastal Lane on the south side of New Haven, but on the north side. And what they're trying to do with this particular vacant property is to change it from the institutional and urban density residential designation to industrial. And they're also trying to get a rezoning. Remember, this had already gone to the Planning and Zoning Board in December and had also gone to you all for first reading. This was a property that used to be in Orange Grove, and then in 2014, it was purchased by the current owner who's selling the property. This applicant, and the applicant's attorney is here, as he was at the last meeting. They want to develop with a business center with flex space. All right, this is the future land use map. On the left-hand side, it's what the designations are now. On the right-hand side would be what the map would look like if we did the change tonight. And we always do an analysis of surrounding land uses, the same thing with zoning. We also have to do, the COMP stands for Comprehensive Plan Review, so we do that analysis. All of this is stated in the staff report. We went through this last time of how the industrial designation, has certain things that you've got to meet. And then we also went through some of the worst-case scenario type of estimation, but that all changes because we have a development agreement that, does fix what the development's going to be on that property. So very similar analysis with the rezoning. On the left-hand side of the screen, excuse me, we have the subject property, and then on the right-hand side, that light blue would be if it did get the M1 zoning. And I'm not going to go through the analysis on the rezoning. It's very similar. This is an image that the developer had sent to us of a project they have in Port St. Lucie. We talked about spot zoning. We talked about public benefit. I'm not going to rehash some of that because I think we went through some of that unless council still has some questions. And as a conclusion, we do think the rezoning with this binding development agreement is more palatable than if it was just straight up M1 zoning. This is a little cutout of some of the zoning colors and zoning districts near the property. But ultimately, that second bullet says ultimately the decision's a policy choice for the future of the area. So if this rezoning is approved, then they have a few other steps. Conditional use approval through the Board of Adjustment is one of that, and that's also a public process, and it helps us with compatibility and consistency in the area. That's the property. And I don't know why the one that has the recommended motion's not coming up, but the motion would be then if we could have the city attorney read the title of both of those ordinances. So the first ordinance is 2022-24, and the next one for the rezoning is 2022-25. And if you all want to ask any questions or have the applicant answer them, they're here too. I'll do the development agreement after these motions.
Would you read the two ordinances, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first one is ordinance number 2022-24, an ordinance of the City of West Melbourne, Brevard County, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan to change the future land use for a 16.44 acre parcel of land generally located on the west side of Coastal Lane, north of US 192, and as more fully described herein from institutional and urban density residential to industrial, providing an effective date. And the second ordinance is 2022-25, an ordinance of the City of West Melbourne, Brevard County, Florida, rezoning a 16.44 acre parcel of land generally located on the west side of Coastal Lane on the north side of New Haven Avenue near Palmetto Road, as more fully described herein from P1 institutional and R3 multifamily dwelling to M1 light industrial and warehousing, providing an effective date.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on the council? Do you want to go first?
Sure, appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Deputy Mayor, and Honorable Council members. My name is Cliff Repperger. My business address is 2101 Waverly Place, Suite 100. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Whitebird, and we represent the applicant, GT Kelly Contractors Incorporated. I know that Ms. Fisher has basically informed you of what the requests are, and we're considering the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezoning and the binding development plan kind of all under one joint item here, discussion here. I won't belabor the points. I think council understands this is the second reading. You've seen this project before. You're familiar with the project, and the site plan is in your package as far as the concept of the business center and the 4 buildings and why we're asking for what we're asking for. What I will tell, and we're here to answer questions, but what I'll also tell you is with regard to the binding development plan, the changes that have occurred since the time that you last saw this on first reading, we've gone ahead and modified the binding development plan to attempt to kind of address some of council's concerns at the last meeting. One of those is in section 7, referencing the pond. There was a discussion about whether this was dry retention or wet retention. The engineers, we've come back and have talked to our engineers, and they have assured us that this will be a pond, that it will be wet retention. And so the site plan has been modified to reflect that. And so in section 7, there's a reflection that the pond will be also included, that there will be a pond. And then section 7's also been addressed to, modified to address the landscape buffer requirements. And in addition to the change on the plan, we've also submitted the landscaping plan, which is incorporated into the binding development plan. It's an exhibit on the binding development plan. In Exhibit B, I think, is it C? C is included in the landscaping plan. So that's in your package. And that's been provided, and that also reflects the pond as wet retention as well. The other changes are in section 8. Council was concerned about the storage of hazardous materials, and so we've added a number 8, which provides no bulk storage of any hazardous materials as defined under NFPA 400 Hazardous Material Code. We've also added section 9, which is no bulk storage of any flammable or combustible liquids as defined by NFPA 30 Flammable and Combustible Liquid Code. And then we've modified section 9 again to reflect that there's wet retention. Assuming now that that is permitted by St. John's River Water Management District, which our engineers have said that it is. If that's not the case, we're obviously going to have to come back and address that with staff and possibly bring an amendment to you if that is not the case. But for right now, that is what we are proposing. And so with that being said, we are recommending, or we are requesting respectfully that you approve of ordinance 2224 and 2225 with the binding development plan as well. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them. And if there is public comment, we'd love the opportunity to provide a brief rebuttal if allowed.
Thank you. We do have a speaker, Alex Molina.
Good evening. Just due to the website, we're just trying to make sure that it's, and according to the map, it looks like it's actually going to be south of the Sheridan Lakes development. So
It
I
is.
just want to make sure that
It is.
no adverse effect to the Sheridan Lakes. That is what
Yeah,
it looks like. I'm good to go.
The binding development agreement, and council, if you'd like, we can get into that. I just thought we'd do the 2 ordinances first, but I can certainly do the presentation about what that limits. It may answer some of his questions.
So, yeah, does it abut his property? Is that the question?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sheridan Lakes
Sheridan
is,
Lakes development.
yeah, Sheridan Lakes, if you can kind of see where the cursor is up here. And so this property ends, I don't know if St. John's has built that pump station yet, but it's south of the pump station. So remember, St. John's was going to have that pump station right before you get sort of to the curve of what would be Coastal Lane. And this property is I think you're familiar with where FDOT has its retention pond? At the end there, this is south of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm good to go.
All right.
All right, appreciate it.
Thanks for coming out. All right. Anyone else?
Question for Cliff.
Yeah. Mr. Bentley, do you have a question? Or? Okay. Mr. Frampus, questions?
Cliff, just one question. The flammable materials that you talked about, does that include welding tanks and that kind of stuff, or just liquid? Is it gas as well?
We didn't talk about those tanks. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to store those hazardous materials, so if it's the storage
I
that,
didn't know if the welding tanks and that stuff fell under that hazardous material section, or propane tanks, or any of those kind of, they're gas, not liquid, so.
Well, propane tanks are prohibited. Remember, we had this section in the
It is in there, yeah, that's what
Right.
I,
Yeah, propane tanks would not be allowed. So if a welder typically will use a propane tank, and that wouldn't be allowed.
well, some of them are, propane, but is
Well,
it
you're right.
specific to propane, or is it?
Yeah, it says
just-
propane, gas, filling, or
So
storage.
some of the other type tanks, I'm just curious if, whether they're included or not.
I can let Mr. Kelly address the lease requirements. I know we don't have any interest in, our lease doesn't allow for bulk storage of those types of materials. So that's not allowable under the lease agreements now, but I can let Mr. Kelly address that in more detail with
If I
regard
could
to
just
operationally.
say one thing, I mean, when we have this wording of items, see where we have Section 8 uses and we say hazardous, combustible, flammable items, that's a universal.
Okay.
That's not breaking it out
that's
between,
fine.
is it a liquid, is it a, hard product? It's an item that is of that type of characteristic.
And
That's
last
the way we
meeting,
would
I asked about the dumpster storage, the trash areas. It's supposed to be north and south of the property. And in disclosure, I rode by going up on 95 and saw the tree line there, and it looks like the tree line's pretty significant along that property. And I'm wondering why you guys couldn't have something. I just think it would look terrible driving into the property and seeing a dumpster area when you first drive in on the south end of your property. I was thinking the west side of the property or the north side of the property. In the agreement, I think it says north and south. Is that correct?
It is. It's, if you can see where my cursor is pointing, like you said, this is where that Cruising Gold business is. And then on the north side is the vacant property. But yes, they have the dumpsters. And remember, all the dumpsters, that were built probably from the late 90s on, all have enclosures. So some of the ones that just sit out by themselves were pre that code. But if that's something that.
I mean, it's a benefit to you guys. I think you got more space along the west line, and I just going up on the entrance to that. There's a solid tree line there. I didn't think you'd see anything from there, but I was just wondering if you discussed that at all or not.
This is George Kelly. Oh, sorry.
Yep, go ahead. Identify.
It's George Kelly from GT Kelly General Contractors, Jupiter, Florida. We typically try to locate the dumpsters where the tenants can use them. We're happy to consider relocating these with our site plan application, but they're all enclosed in masonry enclosures with aluminum gates. They're not going to be unsightly, and we've built many projects like this, and it's never been an issue for us.
So is it going to be towards the back of the? No, it won't be.
It's about
Where's it
midway.
located?
It's about midway down. So if you look here, it's not at the coastal lane. It's actually a little bit behind this first building. Can you see where it says Phase 1? And then, you have this island, which will have to have a tree in it, and then you have the dumpster. And the same thing on this other side, on the east side next to Cruising Gold, is that you'll have the end of the building of Phase 1, and then you have the dumpster. So I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just trying to clarify where the dumpsters are. That from staff's perspective, yes, it's always our preference that service items, and that's what we would consider that, are hidden. But on the other hand, being 14 parking spaces, that's more than probably 200 feet away from coastal. That's kind of what we get with some of the smaller properties too. So
Thank you.
it's entirely up to council.
Mr. McDowell?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question here. Is this the property with the pond, the concern? I thought there was like a safety issue, or is that a different project that we were talking about?
No, this is the same one, but remember that St. John's, if they are going to have a wet pond, and it's a deep wet pond, St. John's River Water Management District automatically makes them fence it.
Okay, that's where we
That's
are.
the way that
Okay.
that's handled.
Thank you.
Is that they have to, through the permitting, they're going to have to answer to St. John's as to what the slope is into that pond.
Thank you. Anything else? Cliff, anything else on your end?
That's all we have.
Seeing that, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Bentley?
First, I guess I would make a motion that we approve the second.
Your thing.
First, I would make a motion that we approve the second reading of ordinance number 2022-24 with questions and comments, once we have a
We
second.
have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. McDowell?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Mr. Bentley?
Thank you, Mayor. One is, it looks like you did address the landscaping that I talked about last time. Isn't this also across from the condominiums or whatever that place
The
is?
apartments?
Yeah,
Yeah, so it used to be called Oasis.
yeah, the new ones.
Now it's called Azalea. So yes, the new apartments are
Yeah.
right here on the east side of Coastal Lane,
So
west side of John Rhodes.
I'm assuming that we're going to enforce the landscaping that we've talked about. It looks like they had a picture in there too showing kind of, it looked pretty nice, but I just want to make sure we end up doing that in the end. And then to Mr. Frampus's point, I had a comment here that would it be possible to move the containers to the west side in the back? And I hear what you're saying when you indicate, well, on the north and south, we'd put it in enclosed, but we've got people 2 or 3 stories up, or maybe even 4 stories, I don't know if that's 3 stories or not, at that apartment complex that are looking down. And if it's even on the north or south, I still think they'd have a direct view into their trash, even if there's a wall there, because they're up so high. So I would still ask that they consider putting it in the back where it's out of sight of people that already live there. Does that make sense?
We can evaluate that. There's quite a bit of distance
There is.
between
Quite a bit,
the
but
property line and where those apartments actually are, like physically, if you look at the aerial. I'm not sure exactly what the distance is, but with the buffer areas in the site plan, if you look at it, they're quite a bit far away.
how many feet it is or yards it is?
Yeah, I mean, the estimate is that Coastal Lane has like a 60-foot right-of-way, and then you've got like a 25-foot setback on their side, on the Azalea side. On this side, you've got at least 20, 30 feet before you get to, where the buildings can be, and they're set further back. And like I said, that was at the end of that Phase 1 building. So like I said, that the row of parking that I looked at, being 14 parking spaces, 10 foot each in width, if you add all that up, it's probably close to 200 feet. Now, like I said, not advocating one way or the other, but remember, Azalea people look at their own dumpsters too.
Oh, well,
And if I could,
yeah.
we'd be happy to consider some simple things like simply raising the height of the dumpster enclosure, which would make the dumpsters less visible to anybody.
All that has to meet code, guys.
Yeah,
So
and
that's
if there,
my
just if
only-
there, I've already made the motion, so just if there's anything we can do to make it more sightly, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. Something to consider, and I don't know, Christie, if that would fit. I know we have a height things to consider with code, but if the concern is what residents see from higher levels, is there an opportunity to potentially even put a lid or a cover or something?
No.
It's not in, I believe, the code that we have currently. It's just
No,
something to ask.
You're right. The code only calls for enclosure on 3 sides, plus a gate. So it's actually a 4-sided enclosure, but it doesn't call for like a roof type of structure, because as you know, typically those dumpsters, they have that.
Yeah, they come in and pull.
Yeah, and they pull them out. So we can certainly look into that and explore it, with them. But yes, there's For the accessory structures, there is a height limit. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. So that's why I said it has to meet code. Whatever we end up doing has to meet code.
That's what I was thinking. If we have that limit, then we might want to look at other options.
What we've done with a Board of Adjustment, like I said, they still have to go to the Board of Adjustment, is a Board of Adjustment has required taller vegetation around it. So that's certainly a possibility, and there's no height limit on the taller vegetation, so.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Frampus.
Just to touch on the trash cans a little bit, my concern was that we were limiting you too much, and I wanted to open up the development agreement and open up the west side to be available to you for trash storage if you felt that it was a better positioning from it. I think the thought process was that you would see these trash dumpsters as you're traveling on the entrance ramp of 95 and see that, and we put it in the development agreement that you can't use that for your receptacles, and I was maybe suggesting that we open that up to you and not limit you and give that as an option in case you wanted to put dumpsters back there and have them less visible to as you drive up or something. That was where I was going with that, and didn't know if anybody else cared to consider that. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Ordinance number 2022-24.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
I don't believe anybody disclosed their ex parte communications on this, and
Deputy Mayor.
yeah, I understand, Councilmember Frampus.
Anybody else have any disclosures?
Thank you.
No. Thank you for asking that. Okay. All those in favor, signal by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Ditmore, are you still there? Mr. Ditmore?
6-0.
I am, Mayor. I'm just having some technical difficulties. Yes, I voted aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries 7-0. Next, we'll entertain a motion for 2022-25. Mr. McDowell?
Sorry about that. Not ready.
Are you trying to make a motion on that one? Yeah, it's 2022-25.
All right. I make a motion to approve 2022-5.
25, yeah.
25.
Order, yeah. Okay, we have a motion, second Rose. Any discussion? All those in favor, signal by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries 7-0. All right.
Okay, the last item I have on the screen is for the development agreement. I believe their attorney had already gone over some of the changes, but again, let me get to this one. Here's essentially what changed in the three sections. So in section 7, he talked about some of those changes. 8, we talked about the flammable and combustible hazardous uses and the stormwater. So those were the biggest changes. They're highlighted in yellow. And we can certainly talk more about the development agreement, but I think you all have probably considered it enough. So it's whatever you'd like to do with it. This one does not have an ordinance.
All right. Do we need a public on this one too? Okay. Again, this is a public hearing. Does anybody from the public wish to speak about the development agreement? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. What's the wish of the council? Anyone care to make a motion? Ms. Young, thank you.
Yes, I'll make the motion to hold the public hearing and approve the proposed industrial warehouse flex space at Coastal Lane.
Thank you. The development agreement. Do we have a second? Mr. McDowell?
I'll second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to accept the development agreement as presented, and they'll see if they can make any modifications that we talked about, if possible. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you. Welcome to West Melbourne.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have the Martinez property public hearings. I know they're in the other room. They want to come in here.
Yeah, and for this one, I'm also going to present agenda items 5D and 5E together, and 5F would be separate. So while they're gathering, I'll go ahead and do the presentation. This is the first slide we have of this. So Mr. Carey, our attorney, you may want to do this slide.
Thank you. And once again, if anybody has any ex parte, either communications or if you personally visited the property, it's appropriate to disclose that before the hearing.
Any communication? I had spoken to the developer about this project.
I had visited the property.
I've spoken to the developer.
That was Mr. Bentley, spoke to the developer.
Thank you.
Okay, if that's it, then I will continue. All right, so the background of this is that this property is located on the west side of St. John's Heritage Parkway, south of US 192. They are trying to make this part of the Space Coast Town Center, and this is actually a site that has not been part of that overall development. It's 19.71 acres. It came up for sale. The applicant and their attorneys in the audience. The proposed use, as I stated, is to incorporate it into that overall master plan. And this property, too, needs to have a change in their future land use. That's what FLU stands for, and in the zoning. So what they're trying to do is the properties to the north and south also have the Parkway interchange designation and the Gateway interchange zoning. So they're trying to make this property that they just recently acquired have the same designation. So again, you know, these maps show you sort of the before and after. You know, that sort of teal aqua color would be what they want to go to. And, you know, the property that says PI on the east side of St. John's, that's their property too. It's part of the Space Coast Town Center. We do the analysis about future land use. They are surrounded pretty much by the Parkway interchange, so it would be consistent and compatible. We do the comprehensive plan review, and we look at maximum impacts, but again, like the previous development, their maximum impacts are limited by the development agreement. And they would be consistent with many of the policies for the Parkway interchange. This is a new one. I'm sorry, I see that John raised a hand. I don't know if you want to address that now, Mayor. See that hand at the
Mr.
top?
Ditmore, do you have a question?
No, I just wanted to add me for the disclosure list, please. I met with the
And your disclosure is what?
You met with the
You met with them? Okay. Thank you for the record.
I didn't see that. But in Florida, ever since 2 years ago, the state of Florida has what's called a private property rights element, and we all had to put it in our comprehensive plan. That means probably close to 500 local governments had to put it in, that we will respect, you know, private properties and not essentially take their properties by burdening it with no development. So when folks say to, you know, me as a planning director, well, we think you should stop development. Well, if it's privately held, this applies, and we can't just hold up our hand and say do not develop. The rezoning request, that's agenda item 5E, that's very similar to go to the Gateway interchange zoning, and so is the analysis. It's very similar. Your planning and zoning board, as your local planning board, they're advisory to you just like staff is, and so what their recommendations were for that first ordinance, 2023-03, was to recommend approval, and so that's what they're asking you all to consider for first reading tonight. And then for agenda item 5E, the rezoning, to recommend approval of that first reading of number 2023-04. And the cases were advertised and notices were mailed out to property owners. If I could have the city attorney read the title of both those ordinances, and I do believe the applicant wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first one is ordinance number 2023-03, an ordinance of the City of West Melbourne, Brevard County, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan to change the future land use for a 19.71 acre parcel of land generally located south of US 192, west of the St. John's Heritage Parkway, and east of Simon Road, and as more fully described herein, from Brevard County CC Community Commercial and NC Neighborhood Commercial to PI Parkway Interchange, providing an effective date. And the second ordinance is ordinance number 2023-04, an ordinance of the City of West Melbourne, Brevard County, Florida, rezoning a 19.71 acre parcel of land generally located south of US 192, west of the St. John Heritage Parkway, and east of Simon Road, and as more fully described herein, from Brevard County BU to retail, warehousing, and wholesale commercial, and AU, agricultural residential, to City of West Melbourne Gateway Interchange, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Does the, y'all want to say something first? Yeah.
Hi, good evening, Mayor,
Good evening.
Council. Benjamin Hedrick here, attorney for the applicant Space Coast Town Center 1 LLC. My address is 98 Southeast 7th Street, Miami, Florida, from the Ackerman Law Firm. With me from the client principals Bob Gorlow and Edgar Jones. I think you know them from previous hearings. Also with me are our project engineer, Francisco Alonso, and our project traffic consultant, Scott Leftwich. Just very briefly, we wanted to say thank you to staff, planning director, the city attorney, city manager for all their input and feedback and for the work that they've done on behalf of the city. And we're here to answer any questions you may have. So thank you very much.
All right.
So you have the two items here. If you'd like, I can go ahead and also do the presentation for the development agreement, or you?
Yeah, let's do them all. Why not? Yeah.
We will do that. Give me just 1 minute, please. Okay, so remember that we already have a development agreement, so that's why the title of this is a second amendment to that development agreement and to their conceptual master plan. Again, this is the location of the property. We talked about that, and you can see how it's surrounded by the Space Coast Town Center property, so that's why it makes sense to include it into the existing development agreement. There is some history. I'm not going to go through it, but this property has been sort of identified for a master sort of development ever since 2007. All right, so with this property, the math basically is where I have total proposed project site with County Pond and Martinez sites. It brings it up to 178.69. It's still below that threshold of 200 acres, you know, in the Parkway interchange zoning for one community. So they're still under that threshold. Some of the terms that are in that development agreement have to do with the features, the appearance, the traffic vesting agreement that they have, because they donated property to become the St. John's Heritage Parkway, which otherwise wouldn't have been. And then we go through our comprehensive plan analysis, and then we also look at the development agreement particulars, and is that consistent with our codes? And the answer was yes. And this is one of the documents in the development agreement. This is their development plan. And again, remember, they're bound by that little table that I have, that only 65% of the land area can be multifamily, 25% has to be commercial, 10% open space. And these are the numbers for the 4 different uses that they're going to have. With the residential multifamily, you know, they're not at 2,445. They've only had 300 built to date. So, you know, they can tell you a little bit more about what their plans are. So in conclusion, you know, this would amend that agreement. The benefit of amending that is that it unifies that development. There's not going to be additional driveways onto Brandywine Lane. This has nothing to do with Brandywine Lane. All the traffic will dump out onto, you know, St. John's Heritage Parkway. They're not even allowed to access Simon Road. So, you know, that's not going to happen. And again, for the city, you know, master plans are always easier to plan for in terms of utilities and other impacts to the city. So it's a better product when we do have it as one master development instead of, you know, 100 different developers. And it's the same expectations for architecture, so that you're going to see a theme. You're going to see a continuity of theme. And with that, the Planning and Zoning Board held its public hearing just on January 10th. Their recommendation to City Council is to approve this second amendment to the development agreement with the same terms and conditions of the original agreement. And I'll try to answer any questions, but I know the developer can fill you in on their development plans.
All right. Any questions for Christie? Yeah. Again, this is a public hearing. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak? Or do you want to give an overview of what you're proposing? All right.
Thank you, Bob. You know, just echoing the plan director's comments, the request, one of the three requests to amend the development agreement, obviously the development program that was presented is not changing. There's no request for additional units or intensity. Right now, the next phase coming in is on the east side and will consist of you know, a number of units that will have to go through the site plan approval process. And the overall purpose of these hearings, in addition to that, is to bring in the 19.71 acre Martinez parcel on the west side, which has already been annexed into the city, but since annexation, it has retained its previous Brevard County future land use and zoning designations, and in order to incorporate into the project with the development agreement, we also have to change the future land use and zoning designations, and in a nutshell, those are the requests that are before you tonight.
All right. Anyone else? Then we'll close the public hearing. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Didn't see you back there.
William Farrell, we're the former owners, and we support what they're doing. They've tried to do a good job, I believe, with the city. But we just want to reserve, because we don't know all the details yet, for the next meeting. But it looks like everything is wonderful, and we support it. We're just trying to get all the information, but we reserve comment till the next hearing.
Right. Yeah, this is the first reading. We still have another advertisement and procedure.
Another hearing. Thank you. Just wanted to make you aware that we're.
Thank you. Then we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Frampus?
Christie, can you back up to the original overlay you had of the property?
In the development agreement?
Just keep going back.
Okay, tell me when to stop.
Keep going.
That's
Maybe it was from the other set of pictures you had.
Yeah, give me 1 minute then, please.
I mean, there was even one picture in that one that I had questioned.
It's not the aerial, is it?
This one right here is
This one?
fine.
Okay.
You talked about it would be converted over to the blue, just like everything else.
That's right.
You're still including the Fulcher property in this blue. Has that actually been converted over yet?
Yes, the public hearings were all done. What hasn't been effectuated or executed has been the development agreement
So isn't
for
that part of this Space Coast?
No, because of that development agreement not having been effectuated. So it does have the Parkway Interchange future land use designation and
does it?
rezoning.
That's where the Parkway Interchange limits it up to 200 acres, correct?
It would, if
So
that
what
was
happens
included.
when they include this one and then we roll over with the Fulcher, that's going to push it past the 200
right.
acres, which is not allowable
Right.
currently.
And
Where are we at with that?
well, then that's a decision point. That's definitely a decision point as to,
Well, didn't
you know,
we
do you
approve
all-
this Fulcher property based on it being under the 200 acres? Isn't that, when that was presented to us back then, it was under 200 acres,
That's right.
and that's why we authorized it. Now we're saying, oh, well, that's off onto the side a little bit. Let's approve all this other stuff, and then we're just going to roll this on later. It's not how our code reads.
yeah, the key, and it's not just the code, it's the comprehensive plan, which is a little bit stronger. So the key point is that unfortunately, sometimes we do have properties
Can
that
you
are
point out the Fulcher
non-conforming.
property so everybody knows what I'm talking about, by the way?
Okay, so sometimes there are properties that are non-conforming. This would be non-conforming. They'd have to get it conforming to the code and to the comprehensive plan. That's what would happen. So that means in plain language, no building permits, no site plan review, nothing, until they get it in conformance. So they did this to themselves. The city
Okay,
did not
so-
did it to with them.
So it's not just going to be an okey-doke kind of rollover?
Absolutely not, sir.
And we're going to,
No.
okay.
Yeah, and like I said, this isn't the first time a developer has put themselves in a corner.
And how big is the Fulcher property?
I'll let them answer that because I don't remember the number.
Sure, I'm happy to answer. The Fulcher property is about 40 acres, and we agree with everything the planning director said. We know that we can't get any building permits for Fulcher until it comes back before the council because of the 200-acre limitation. And 14 of acres of Fulcher will be a lake, but we're well aware of the 200-acre limitation, and that will be respected, and we will have to bring Fulcher back to you in order to bring it into the project to go over the, and we'll also have to do a comprehensive plan amendment
So
regarding.
what's your plan if it doesn't get approved?
Well, in theory, Fulcher could be developed as a standalone project that's not related to Space Coast Town Center.
But then it wouldn't qualify for the Gateway intersection because it's under 50 acres.
Right.
That's correct. There would have to be individual site plans that are brought to the city council.
And that's what I mean about painting themselves in a corner.
Thank you.
I'll just make a comment that while I think this piece fits with your conceptual plan, it's kind of like I'll call it a hole in a donut, if you would, right? You're trying to fill that in. I don't like that many apartments. I don't think anybody up here does. And while near 95 is better places for apartments and off St. John's, and you're annexing, what is that, 20 acres or so here? No, well, we'll call it 20 just because we can. I like to see a reduction in your commitment for reduction in apartments if we include this in the development agreement. Because if we do this, you can put anything you want on this like the rest of that pie shows. So I think something like a 10% reduction in apartments would kind of be a fair kind of trade-off to incorporate this into the, I know it's already in the city, but to give it the same zoning. So what are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Mayor, I'll have to ask my client about that. And I know that for something like that, we would also have to, on the private side, we'd have to have our mortgagee's approval. And I know he's present. We can't speak for him. But Bob, Edgar, I don't have the answer.
Can you speak in the mic so we'll get...
Bob Gorlow, 7485 Fairway Drive, Miami Lakes, Florida. Could we have a few minutes to confer, because this comes a little bit unexpectedly, and we probably need to call our partners, because we, I know we've said we'd never get to that number that we have, 2445, and we just need to, I think, talk a few minutes about this, because it has an impact on the overall viability of the project and the.
Because I believe you mentioned a number around 1,800 or 2,000, and you were way below the number back when you talked to us before, right?
Right. Yeah. But changing and giving up development rights, you know, if you were asked to give up rights to your home, you'd probably think twice about it. So we're asking the opportunity to think for a few minutes and contact our partners.
Maybe you want to move all three items to a different place on the agenda to give them time to do their conferring.
How long do you need, would you say?
I don't think we'll need that long, because we keep our partners very well informed. And I personally support, you know, off the cuff, Mayor, the proposal. We've already given up 10% in the giving up any additional units for Martinez. That would be an additional 278 units which would be 10.5% of the total. In asking us to give up another 10%, I definitely need to speak to my partners. It does affect the value of the property, even though I don't think we'll get there. But if you give me a bathroom break, okay. 5 minutes or so. If we need,
we'll go ahead and do the consent agenda while you're doing that, and then we'll come back to you. So,
okay.
And it's still in line with what you guys told us you were going to do. So, I mean, I don't think we're asking for a whole lot here.
Well, that's why I support it. So let me, but you know, it does affect the value of the property, because you never know in the future what might happen. And those units may be valuable, but I do support I personally, how about you, Edgar? What do you think?
Yeah, I support it, but we're not the only people
Yeah.
involved in this.
So if you can give us the time it takes you to go through the consent calendar and
It doesn't take long. Okay, go ahead.
for us to change our underwear.
Thank you.
TMI, but thank you, though. All right. Let me get them a chance. So we're going to go ahead and do the consent agenda. So we have 3 items on the consent agenda, and then we'll finish that and get to the public forum.
I was just going to suggest that you may make an official, motion to postpone this until later in the meeting, since you've already introduced it and brought it up from the agenda.
All right, Ms. Adams?
I had the light on to make the motion. I got you. I'm gonna make the motion to move the remaining pieces to after the consent agenda. Does that work? The remaining pieces of the public
Krampus?
hearings?
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Oppose? All right, there you have it. The consent agenda is 3 items long. Approve the city council minutes of Tuesday, December 13th, 2022, and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement for the purchase of a portion of land and easement on Sheridan Road for a septic project, septic to sewer project, and approve a traffic enforcement agreement with the Sanctuary of Sawgrass Lakes Neighborhood Association, and so that way the police can have jurisdiction over those private roads. Mr. Bentley?
I'd make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as shown in our package.
Thank you. Ms. Adams?
I will second.
Mr. Frampus?
Just to belabor this a little bit, did the sanctuary inform you whether they were keeping it as golf cart accessible, or did they do any of that kind of notification? I know it said it in the agreement that they would notify you if they were going to do that. I didn't know if that was one of the things they did or not.
That wasn't a part of this request. That's a separate matter.
Okay. So if they were going to do that, they would have to go through the process of getting the signage and doing all that.
That's correct. They'd have to follow the
Compliance
ordinance.
with this ordinance, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just on that note, Sawgrass has how many different subdivisions in there? 7, and how many of them will have, just one will have police activity? And so,
That's the only one that's requested it so far.
okay. So you have 1 out of 7 requested, so does the police know which ones they're allowed to get speeders to or whatever they're doing? Obviously, they can go in for, domestic violence and all those kind of
I
things.
think Ms. Adams can touch on that because I know the officer looks it up on his computer, and when he's mentioned that when you were doing your drive-through, correct?
Correct. So they do have access in the technology and within our police vehicles to identify which communities they can access to for that specific purpose. That was also part of the list that I had asked Mr. Rohde to send out, as we were just looking at how many other communities in West Melbourne that impacts. But they do have the ability to do so.
Again, a private gated community, they don't allow the police in there for traffic enforcement unless given special permission. That's because they're private roads. So if any of your developments want that, they can ask for it. Most of them have it, I think, already. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. 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 Oppose?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. And with that, we have people walking back in.
You timed that well?
Yes, you did.
It's finished.
The longest consent agenda ever.
It's okay.
Do we need a motion to reconvene the meeting?
Yes, you should call it back up again for.
I thought it was in the motion, put it in the motion, and it was.
Just to move it.
After the consent.
So you can just announce that we're bringing back up these.
All right, so we're back live, and we'll continue where we left off on on this item?
So this is 5D, E, and F, just for the record.
Right. Those last three items on the action item, public hearings tonight. So gentlemen, what did we decide?
Good evening again. Ben Hedrick on behalf of applicant Space Coast Town Center 1 LLC. We conferred amongst my clients and their partners regarding the mayor's request to reduce the density for the project by 10%. The partners, after discussion, have agreed. We also need our mortgagee's approval on the private side. Tuck Farrell is here in the crowd, and we believe he is also in agreement. But if he'd like to, he's welcome to confirm so. And with that said, I'd like Bob and Edgar to confirm that also as well.
For the record, yeah, Mr. Farrell.
That we allow this.
You allow the 10% reduction in units.
We're the mortgage holder.
Yeah, that'll be 245 units. If we could make it an exact number so there's no confusion later on how it's calculated.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, 245 less units.
Yeah.
Apartments. Very good.
That brings us, I think, down to 2,200 units.
Yes.
Also, I do want to clarify that the reason the partners agreed is because of the things we've said that we, in the past, but that is an indication that we do not plan to sell the property bulk, because if we did, then those extra units would add to the significantly to the value of the property.
And I know that your objective is to get more commercial and like healthcare,
Yeah.
national security kind of places. There is your goal.
That's better for us in the short run and the long run. However, it appears that the aerospace industry, from what, and Edgar is the one out in the community, is the new hires are, they may have an office, but many of their employees are allowed to work from home.
Right.
And more of them. So we have to face that changing dynamic.
Thank you.
Just, our experience is that
Edgar, would you put your name there for the record?
Edgar Jones, 1621 Baseline Lane in Vero Beach. The reality is, what we have found in our attempts to reach out to more commercial uses, and by the way, we're getting a lot more of that now because they're seeing the residential, but it really is a heads and beds first, because commercial doesn't want to be out there, don't want to be out there with the cows. They want to be out there with people. And so we're now getting the people out there, thankfully, and the commercial is now, I'm sure in the next 6 months or so, we'll be back at you with more commercial. And our grocer, I think, will be coming along very shortly. So all of that's going to help our commercial and hopefully then the office as all of that matures. But we appreciate all you all have done and Christy in helping get this us to where we are now.
Yeah, Christy's been with us from the beginning, and her imprint and positive imprint is on the project.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Gentlemen, we appreciate your consideration of the 10% request. I'm glad the mayor got that in, although I was going to look at slightly higher, but I guess we can work with 10. I did have a quick question on Christie 5D9. I don't know if it necessarily goes to you or if it goes to the gentleman, but there was a note in regards to these apartments coming in. The school concurrency application had been submitted and then was evaluated by the school district. Sorry. But there was no follow-up notation in terms of how's that impacting the schools in this area.
Yeah, the school board has generally said that there isn't an impact, so we've already taken the one that's the Integra, and then Integra across the street. I don't know if you remember that there would be a second Integra on the north side of US 192. Unfortunately, Heritage High is over capacity, and this is just your planning director's opinion. Unfortunately, the school board has a policy that if that particular school district area is overcrowded, they just consider the next one that's over to it. Yes, that's part of the policy. And so that's essentially what they will say, I almost guarantee you. But as soon as we get that in, we can certainly share that with council in the next agenda item, February 7th, when this comes to you for second reading. But I can almost guarantee you that's what they're saying, is that, it's either there's going to be a charter school that will alleviate some of that issue with Heritage High. I believe that they're going to send, some of these kids may go to Discovery. I'm going to have to take a look at the boundary, but I could certainly follow that up with you all through the city manager.
So does the city have any options in terms of, as we look at growing these things and the population our schools already have, we have no options?
No,
other than
the only
requesting the
option
school
is
district do
political
something.
pressure on the school board about, as the mayor knows, having another school, elementary school, because that's usually where you have the need, is the elementary school level. But you also have the need at the high school level because of all the growth in Palm Bay for Heritage High. And so that's why I mentioned that one, because it's either going to be Roy Allen. It's doubtful that it's going to be Meadow Lane for the elementary. It probably will be Discovery. And that's something that, the school board will tell you as more charter schools come on, more non-traditional types of options, it's getting harder for them to raise the money from impact fees. I'm on the impact fee committee, and a lot of the money that's collected here in the South is going to Vieira to build the schools for them. There is some money, but not $25 million for a new elementary school. I think there's a few million in there only in that particular pot. So political pressure, like I said, I think is your best option.
Okay, so you're telling me I go to the school board and ask for $25 million. We'll see how that goes. Thank you.
Mr. Bentley?
Are you ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You can still ask it, right, after I make a motion. I would make a motion that we approve the first reading of ordinance number 2023-03 to adopt a future land use map amendment of 19.71 acres.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Ms. Young?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion, Mr. Frampus?
Thank you, Mayor. Christie, just so I can understand this, if for some reason the Fulcher property doesn't get included, how does that affect those numbers of the 2,200 rooms, homes,
The
apartments?
dwelling units
Does that, that will affect that number, correct?
will affect that number, and that, go ahead.
Yeah, these numbers are all without Fulcher. It's net of Fulcher. So all these numbers are net of Fulcher.
So what I would say is that as your staff, I would insist that if Fulcher was going to be brought back into the fold, that we revisit the development agreement and go through that, because it had a different sort of number on it. You all had put a 50% maximum for density on that property versus these properties that had the 65%.
Does that needed to be added to the motion?
Not to this motion. It needs to be something that would be addressed with a Fulcher property.
Can you bring it in?
Okay.
Yeah, it would have to come back. I mean, that development agreement has just sat around, languid. And so what we have, in most of our code is that after 18 months, something needs to get reapproved. And so they're probably getting close to that mark.
Need to talk.
Thank you.
Mr. Bentley?
Yeah, and I would also just make a comment. Assuming $2,000 a month, I don't know what rent you're going to be charging at these facilities, but at the $250, that's I think $500,000 a month that you guys are giving. So,
I wish. We sell property to first-rate apartment developers like Integra. So Integra, whom we're not associated with, has built the first phase.
okay, but it's a real give that you guys did tonight, so I appreciate it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes without opposition. Now we need a motion for rezoning of the property for inclusion. This is ordinance number 2023-04. Do we have a motion? Ms. Young?
I'll make the motion to approve ordinance number 2023-04, rezoning the property, Brevard County Retail.
Thank you. Second, Rose. Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And the development agreement, item F, do we have a motion for that? Deputy Mayor Frampus.
Just so I'm clear, Christie, should I put in this motion to bring it back when the Fulcher property is included or not?
Mr. Carey, I guess I defer to you. I look at it differently. I don't see it as an issue, but.
Yeah, the Fulcher Development Agreement is a separate legal entity that will have to be dealt with at which time it's brought forward. So it really is independent of this particular development agreement. And so I don't believe there's a reason that we would need to include that in the motion.
I'll make a motion, we accept the development agreement as written.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Second.
I may be mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong. Does the development agreement need to be have the lesser units included in the motion?
That it does.
Okay.
Right.
Frampus.
All right, I'll make it as written with the 10%
250.
deduction in
245 units less.
245 units.
Ms. Young, agree with that?
Yes, I'll second that, the amendment. Yes.
Okay, any discussion? Development agreement, 245 units less. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carries without opposition. Here we go. Thank you. All right. Next, we have the public forum. And we do have about 3 or 4 seats open up in the front room. So here's what we have. The public forum, people talk about general things or Daughtery Road, perhaps you're talking about. And the first action item is Daughtery Road, so you can talk about it then. So in the public forum, we only allocate 30 minutes. Action, I'll go through the whole stack. I know a lot of you are saying the same thing, so if you can kind of compress it a little bit. Does anybody want to just talk during the action item before we make our decision, or do you want to talk during the public forum, or both? Some of you put in multiple things, so I'll just, if I call your name, then you can let me know. The first speaker is Ellie Broshish. Come on up. And again, we're going to hold you to 3 minutes flat, and then something will happen and you'll disappear. No. Thank you. You just state your name and address the record.
Okay, good evening. I am Ellie Brodus. I live in Greenwood Village in West Melbourne. I am here this evening to speak against one project on today's agenda. The project I am against is the Doherty Extension Project. I am against this project since it will have no benefit to anyone who lives in Greenwood Village or in the Sheridan Road section of West Melbourne. This project will spend a lot of money that will not benefit residents of West Melbourne, not all residents of West Melbourne. The council should be spending money on projects that will benefit the greater good of West Melbourne. The council can find better uses for these funds that can be allocated to other road projects. Additionally, West Melbourne should try and preserve as much green space as possible. This makes West Melbourne a desirable city to live in. Natural habitat and trees should remain intact to help prevent flooding as much as possible in all areas of West Melbourne. Other parts of the county that have experienced flooding have a lot of concrete and nowhere for the water to be absorbed. Tree roots naturally soak up water to prevent flooding. This project will not benefit any of my neighbors who live in my development at Greenwood Village. Please remove the Doherty Extension Project from the city's comprehensive plan and find a better use for these funds to benefit all citizens of West Melbourne. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next, all right, thank you. I've never done this before, but if if you want to hold, I just want to ask this question. Those that are not in favor for the road, if you, maybe you'll save some time later, either hold your sign up or wave, and let me just kind of get a visual. Not in favor of the road. Okay. Yeah. All right, in favor of? Don't shoot at the messenger. Okay. There's a couple of them I just saw, so that's all right. All right, our next speaker is Ed Hines. Followed by Justin Lauer.
Good evening, Mayor Rose and council members. I'm Ed Hines. I live at 2345 Botanica Circle. I'd like to say a few words about the Heritage Oaks Boulevard Doty Drive extension. But first, I just want to say what a great job you did on the State of the City speech tonight. Everybody here who's against the road thought it was a great speech, and
Thank you.
I think you did a great job on it. Anyway, I've been following this project very closely for several years. I've been watching the council meetings. I've been reading tons of documents, and I've been sending you comments about the harmful effects that the road will have on traffic, on flooding, and on the environment. But tonight I want to address the issue from a different point of view. Specifically, I'd like to focus on the people who oppose the road. Let me start by throwing out a few numbers. If you look at the emails that people sent to the city, you'll see they're about 4-1 against the road. It's 4-1 against. If you look at the residents who actually came to the council meetings and spoke to you, they're about 15-1 against, 15-1. And if you look at the letters to St. John's Water Management District, they're about 60-1 against it, 60-1 against it. And if you look at the petitions, I don't know who has the final count, but there are about 300-0 against it, 300 petitions or more. And then, of course, there's also the little vote that we just took here in the room, and we don't know about the other room. Anyway, the pattern could not be more clear. The people who care enough to express themselves on the issue are overwhelmingly against it. But my point is not just about the numbers. I want to go a level deeper and draw your attention to the actual individuals. Because if you look at the actual names of the people who are against the road, I think you'll see they are some of our most respected residents. Many of them are on HOA boards, and they lead other kinds of organizations. They are people who know how things work. You can trust them to know what's good for a community and what isn't. And you can trust their judgment. So I encourage you to listen to their message and decide.
30 seconds, please.
Done.
Okay, thank you. Justin Lauer.
Good evening, Council. I'm Justin Lauer from 2205 Botanica Circle in West Melbourne, and I'm a senior manager in continuous improvement. So I work with a lot of teams all the time, large teams making big decisions involving a lot of money, a lot of products that impact people around the globe here. And there's one thing that we look for in industry before making a change. Maybe you heard the word Kaizen TN before. It means good change, but we look for a good change. That's something that benefits all stakeholders in the equation. A good change doesn't suboptimize one group for another or just move a problem downstream. The Doherty Extension project is not a good change and would not meet the objectives of a Kaizen in industry, so it shouldn't hold a weight here and get approved. The Doherty Extension project is not a good change since it brings a lot of negative consequences to multiple residents who live in Heritage Oaks and off Henry Avenue, and we're also hearing it also doesn't benefit other sections of West Melbourne that wouldn't use this. Some of the key issues that we have in front of us are flooding. When Eastwood 2 was built, the City Council consciously allowed Eastwood 2 to get built. When that happened, it blocked the projected road path that would have connected Henry and Doherty Extension to Fell Road, making that impossible. So when the council made that decision by de facto vote at that time, they canceled the extension project because that original drawing that was out there cannot be completed. Also, as a result of that, they calculated the retention ponds in all the communities after Eastwood 2, and St. John's Water Management required that land that's between Preserve and Eastwood to be land available to soak up the water. That's what this whole permit process is about. That land right now is dedicated to absorb water, not to build a road on. The next issue is safety of children. Multiple children walk up and down Heritage Oaks Boulevard going to school. Additional traffic will endanger children. We want the road to remain Heritage Oaks Boulevard and not be one of these other roads in Brevard County that gets renamed for the kid that was hit and killed by a car that sped out of control. We want to limit the traffic down to only be those who live in the neighborhood. Addition to that, there's reduction in home values that have been confirmed by realtors, wildlife sightings from protective classes that are out there, multiple pictures have been submitted, and even a bald eagle most recently that's out there. Overall, the Doherty extension is not a good change. It would not meet the standard in industry for a change to move forward because it's not a win-win project for all. Please vote to cancel this project and also remove it from the West Melbourne Comprehensive Plan. That's why these people are here tonight. We don't want to come out here every 4 years. We did this 4 years ago in one, so the project didn't start.
15 seconds.
So please do not approve this project and support all the people that came out here tonight, and we're hopeful that you'll listen to the citizens' concerns. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Justin. Our next speaker is Ted McCurringer. If you come on up, followed by Mark Parent. If you're in the other room, we do have a couple seats open. Mark Parent, you're on deck. I think you're probably in the other room.
I'm Ted McCurcher. I live at 2470 Winchaser. Been a resident of West Melbourne since 1976. I'm going to refer to 3 words primarily in this discussion: dollars, cents, and may. Now the cents is starting with an S, not a C. The city alone has the ability to retain the green space in this corridor amongst all the other clear cutting that's going on in West Melbourne. So take advantage of that power. The area is a healthy green water recharge area, and it'll keep road runoff from being channeled to the lagoon. Yes, the city's invested a lot of money in making that new pond, but this new green space will keep water from going into that retention pond. What you see in front of you is an iceberg of project objection. You see 10% of what's in that iceberg. The majority is unseen. Those in favor of this project have no iceberg. They're non-existent. They do have Waze, and they do have Google Maps, and they do have Apple Maps, which will direct them through the Heritage Boulevard highway. The concept itself is a non-safe concept. It has a 90-degree turn leading into a canal with no barrier there. You say it's got a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. You can take that 20-mile-an-hour speed limit and just throw it away. There's going to be accidents at that intersection. If you don't put a barrier there, you're going to have cars going into that canal, or you're going to have cars going into somebody's backyard. It will happen. Talking about dollars, there's no budgeted for the traffic lights at Henry. It's going to be needed. There's no budgeted for the barrier at that turn. There's a budget for the barrier along the straightaway, but not at that turn. So it's not going to be a safe intersection. You're going to have to budget lighting at that intersection, at that turn.
30 seconds.
Okay. Anyway, keep the expenses of this unwanted, unsafe, harmful project and just eliminate it. It's not wanted, it's not needed. I thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ted. Mark Parent. Mark Parent. Jana Marie Lauer, you can come up next then. All right.
Hello.
My name is Jana Lauer. I am here tonight to participate in the City Council meeting as a part of a school assignment, and I am thrilled to be here. This has been an amazing experience tonight, and I am so, so glad that I'm able to be up here speaking to all of you. And it's also been wonderful to hear what all of these citizens have to say about their concerns and to give you their input, because I think that's amazing that they're able to do that. And thank you so much. Thank you. And I'd love to come to another meeting sometime.
Well, thank you. I think you're in the contention for the speaker of the night. Tracy, you're up next. Followed by Karen Parberg. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Tracy Hudson Francis, 569 Sylvia Road. I didn't come with prepared speeches or statistics. What I came with is firsthand knowledge that most days it's very difficult for me to get out of my road. I live right on Henry. I'm one of the intersections that doesn't have the do not block intersection on the pavement that people still don't pay attention to. So it's very frustrating to think that we're going to dump even more traffic onto Henry Boulevard, first of all, or Henry Road. Second of all, I'm sure you've seen the picture of the kayak in the road. That was my daughter, outside of my house. The front road floods consistently. During the last hurricane, that canal was all the way to the top. Most times, I'm always worried about flood insurance and all that fun stuff. And I'm also a realtor, and I will say it will materially affect the value of my house in a negative way, even though the market's doing really well. So I implore you to please take this out of the comprehensive plan and not even have it be an issue. It's a road of convenience, if nothing else. And I know the original developer said it may be built at some point, but I think it may not be as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Karen and Greg, you're up next.
Good evening. My name is Karen Perlberg. I live at 1872 Loon Court in Eastwood 2. I canceled my trip, my dream trip to Australia. I was supposed to be there this week. We had everything planned. I was going to see Elton John. However, it was more important to come here to talk to you. This is the truth. Please vote no on the Doherty Road extension. Leave the trees uncut and then place the land in conservancy. Thank you. Vote no.
Thank you. Greg, followed by Lisa Steele.
Greg Perlberg, 1872 Loon Court. As my wife said earlier, we did cancel our trip to Australia to be here tonight to ask you to terminate this project and put the land into conservancy work and do good for the population rather than possibly be corrupted at some time again in the future. Personally, I see no real value in this project. You know, there's a long list of negatives that I could stand up here for hours and talk about all the negative impacts, the bad things that design of this project. But the one thing I want to go look at is the traffic study. There's no statistical value in this traffic study. There's 1 day of observations was used to do a study. Now, if I were going to do a donkey's ass effort on a study, I would say I'll go with an 80% confidence, a margin of error of 5%, and I will only sample 1 week's worth of data, which is about 2%. That is not a valid study in any standard. So to use that as a basis for moving forward in this road is not good. Another situation, I lived this twice in our previous house. We lived off a dirt road. Any time of the day, left or right, get on the road, no cars. Pave the road, shortly after that, 1.5 mile back up, 2 mile back up. Couldn't get on the, still can't get on the road easily left and right. So if you build it, they will come. Or they built an access road through our community. It's supposed to be easy for the residents to get through. Guess who used it? The outside counties, or neighboring counties. They had to put 10 intersections, they had to put 10 stop signs, and eventually they replaced one with a stoplight. because people wouldn't stop at the stop signs. And even when they were there, I'd watch them, they'd just blow through. There's a section of 3 stop signs, they would just not even acknowledge that they were there. So like I said, if you build it, they will come. There's no doubt about it. And we just heard, what, 2,200 more apartments? Wow, that wasn't part of the plan. That accounted for 2% growth from 2019, which I think our average growth when I looked at it is over 4% every year. So that makes the traffic study invalid also. This is an interesting, I think it was the speed indicator you guys put out there, which is great, because I'm very cautious. I try to drive, reasonably. I was shocked the first time I saw that I was going over the speed limit. And if I'm a cautious resident and I'm thinking, whoa, that's crazy. What is the person going to do that doesn't care? Like, so they're going to be going 40, 50 miles an hour down that road because they can.
The highest on that, just so y'all know, is 64 miles an hour, just one person, but it wasn't either one of us. Huh? 30 seconds.
Okay, yep. So just the closing comment on this, I really ask you to vote to terminate this project and put the land in conservancy so it can never be touched again. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Steele.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lisa Steele, and I live at 2215 Botanica Circle in West Melbourne. We moved here, my husband and I moved here in 2011. Since 2012, I have spoken periodically against the Doherty Road extension. Here we are, 11 years later, still talking about the Doherty Road extension. Can we please put this to rest? Can we please?
Hold it down, we want to hear her.
Can we please just stop this nonsense, and can we please just save your time, save our time, and save our taxpayers' money? Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Lowley. Paul, I don't know if it's L-A or L-O-L-L-Y. Paul.
Name is Paul Lally. I'm glad to be here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Town Council. I didn't come prepared either, but I do have a heartfelt negative reaction to this project. We've only been here a couple of years in the Heritage Oaks vicinity, but I've noticed a couple of changes that have impacted the area already, and I've experienced, my wife and I have experienced even a criminal situation on that road. So the main point that I'd like to make is that the road extension will increase traffic. It's going to be density. We already have enough on Minton Road. It's going to parallel through the Heritage Oaks area, and it's going to affect children getting hurt. I have had the personal experience of watching when I was a young child in Little League at a 20-mile-an-hour zone, a child being hit by a car and landing 30 feet from myself. So if you are a parent and you have any connections to nieces, nephews, you know children are very important. We don't want anybody to be killed or injured on that road. The other thing is the situation I was talking about where it was a criminal activity. We were coming home from church one night, 9 o'clock, and a Camaro and a Wrangler, Jeep Wrangler, were racing on 192, past us, took a left onto Minton, and wouldn't you know, they had to take a left onto Heritage Oaks, a dead end. We pulled off to the right, and they zoomed off onto the sidewalk and proceeded down the other end, and that is with minor traffic. Imagine what it will be when we open it up to major traffic coming through from Henry, Doherty, all those areas. It's going to impact greatly. So the other thing is loss of habitat. I've seen the cranes leave, the sandhill cranes. I didn't even know what a sandhill crane was until I got here, but I like them. They're around the house. They're gone now. They are gone. I do have a problem, though. I have a great blue herring that seems to like our cage over the pool, and I have not been able to get rid of them. So I think the $2 million project may be an excellent solution, huh?
30 seconds, Paul.
Anyway, I'm bordering on vehemently opposing this project. I want to say it that way, but I am. It is not going to benefit the community and our families, and I say, please vote against it. I thank you very much for your service. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Hayden. Bill, you're up. Followed by Susie over there. Susie K. Oh, back there.
Good evening, Mayor Rose.
Good evening, Bill.
Council members. I'd made a presentation to you previously. However, I've recently come into some information that I did not have before. I got a hold to the traffic study plan that y'all had that was done by Traffic Engineering Data Solutions. I'm an engineer. As I read through this thing, I was amazed at the conclusions they drew and the basis that they drew them on. They measured the present traffic, they measured the projected traffic, and then they made an analysis on the increased traffic that we were going to have using only part of the data. Therefore, I think the conclusions that they drew were not correct. If you all base any decisions on those, I think you would be in error because their figures were low. My perception is they were low by 32%. That's a big number. Now let's take into account when that study was done. I've only been living in the area about 3 years, and the traffic has grown tremendously. And the study is about that old. So I think the data that they have given you to make decisions on is not good. I think the number of vehicles increased, the cost of this road now over $2 million. It would be a waste of public money to approve this. So I would urgently request that you turn it down and take it off the agenda and take it off of any future comprehensive master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie, you're next.
My name is Susie Kadzierski. I live at 2133 Woodfield Circle in Heritage Oaks. I really didn't come here tonight to speak. I've already done that, and you've heard my objections. So I came tonight really just to support the people that are in the room here and the next room there, the letters that we've all sent to you to reiterate that we feel that this is a bad investment. It's unsafe to the pedestrians. It's environmentally faulty data that the earlier reports were based on. The population growth is at least 5,000 more than what it was when it was presented in 2019, and we feel that this is a project that should be canceled, save any future investment in money for something better spent, and cancel this once and for all. Thank you very much. By the way, just to reiterate what some of the others have said, your report, the management report, was excellent. You guys are doing a fantastic job. And based on the wise decisions that you guys have been making, I think that you're going to make the right decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Danielle Westridge.
I came to talk from my heart, too.
All right.
So I want to first say thank you, Mayor Rose. Thank you to each and every one of you who represent our council. You know how much this community means to all of us, and we're very grateful for your service. And I was going to do the same thing that you did before we all began to speak I was going to ask everyone in this room, please stand if you're here to oppose dotery. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you all for being here. And I trust that we hired you, that you're going to do right by us and oppose this dotery extension.
Okay. With that being said, that concludes the half hour we have for public forum. However, we're going to go right into Heritage Oaks. I still got all these. I want to hear from each and every one of you that want to speak. So we're moving on to the next item. The next item is item 8A, Heritage Oaks Extension. So I'm going to have the city manager introduce his topic, hear the public forum. I'll say a few words and let council deliberate on it.
Good evening, good evening, City Council. Just want to run through, put the staff memo together regarding the Heritage Oaks and Doherty, and I, of course, just flipped on my screen and it rolled. If I could have the, I believe it's page 162 brought up on the screen of the packet, 162. So while they're pulling that up, just want to run through a little bit of the timeline that we put together when putting the staff memo. 2005, key date, the Doherty Heritage Oaks right-of-way was turned over to the city of West Melbourne. 2009, it was added into the comprehensive plan. 2011, and really 2011, 2012, worked with an engineering firm called Neil Schaefer and put together a couple of different project plans. Ultimately, at the end of 2012, a set of plans was agreed upon that would be the best route regarding the Heritage Oaks and Doherty extension. Project sat from 2012 till 2017. 2017, the council brought it back up again as a capital project priority. Move forward with trying to find a revenue source for the Heritage Oaks and Doherty extension. 2018, able to secure some funding through developer impact fee money. And in 2018, worked to take a look at any obstacles that would prevent the road, at which time both traffic study was discussed and stormwater impact was discussed, and so those items were looked at. 2019, those items came together in reports and reviewed, and in 2019, City Council moved forward with a scope of service to our current engineering firm, DRMP, to put together 100% construction plans to go out to the project. 2020, those plans were received by DRMP, and we began working on our stormwater permit. And again, stalled out, and sometime around November of 2022, not 2023 as the staff memo indicates. We did not predict the future. November of 2022 at this council meeting, there was a discussion at the council level as to whether this is still a viable project, and it wanted to be brought before this council before we move forward to bid on the project, or before we go to public bid on the project. And so that's how this project comes before this committee this evening. Again, if I could just flip one more page on that staff memo just to give a just to have up on the screen. There we go. Just to have up on the screen the conceptual design of the Heritage Oaks and Doherty extension. If anyone has any questions or comments, they'd be able to refer to that. But at this time, this is a staff presentation for Heritage Oaks and Doherty.
Thank you. So we have about a dozen or so people that want to speak. If you don't want to speak or just hold your card up in support, you can do that. Our first speaker is Tracy Jones. Tracy, so noted. Thank you. David Earnshaw.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is David Earnshaw. I'm at 2255 Botanica Circle. And I've been in West Melbourne since 2010, and I've been at that residence since 2013. Over that time, we've had a lot of growth, and I've actively noticed quite a few more animals moving into that little strip of land that you see there. One specific one, actually, the great blue heron that was mentioned, that's actually a pair, and I know where that nest is in that little strip of land. Directly behind my house is also a pair of red-shouldered hawks that have reared several chicks. There's also another pair of red-shouldered hawks, kind of on the southern side there, and quite a few other animals. I do have a lot of images of these animals. I have EXIF data on those images as well, GPS coordinates, and I would happily furnish those things. I noted in the St. Johns River Water Management report, the ecological survey part of it, they said there were no impacted animals back there. And it said that they kind of referenced a database, and I don't know if they ever actually sent anyone, but they're there, and they're not hard to find if you just kind of watch for them a little bit. So just wanted to add that little bit of perspective. So I am against the road, of course, and thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you, David. Hope, Darren. Hope, Darren. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Hope Darrow. I live at 2565 Summerwin Court, and I'm also the Vice President of the Heritage Oaks HOA. I am vehemently against this project. I am well accustomed to construction projects. In my career as a nurse, I've helped to build 2 hospitals, not in the state, but in others. And in doing so, I'm quite accustomed to looking at traffic studies. So I was quite interested to look at this traffic study, which was dated back in 2019, as well as the St. John's storm water analysis. The traffic study, when it was done back in 2019, was very, very targeted. It was a small window of time and really failed to look at the current technology that is available today in the way of Waze, Google Maps, and Apple driving tools. We know now that with the current traffic on Evans, Minton, as well as New Haven, that if we put this road through on Doherty, that we will have traffic that's diverting through our neighborhood. So I think that's, flawed from that perspective. It also is very dated in the fact with the population growth. Since that time, we've had 1,000 apartments go in on Minton Road. We have more that are planned to go in. And so that's going to add further traffic to our neighborhoods. And I think that it's really flawed as far as a cost perspective. I think at one point I saw $700,000 to do the extension. We know with the increase in construction, now it's going to be much, much more than that. So it's a waste in our taxpayer dollars. And I think lastly, just from a neighborhood perspective, it really decreases our home values. I know there's also a pair of red fox that live in that strip of land that have raised several babies. And it's just, it's sad from the time that I've lived here to see so much of our green space and trees and vegetation just clear cut through for progress. We need to save some of it. We need to save some of it in conservatorship or something to preserve our quality of life and make West Melbourne a great place to live for years from now. So thank you.
Thank you, Hope.
Yeah.
Denise Warren. Denise Warren.
Might be next door.
You what?
Might be next door.
While we're looking for Denise, Gilbert Comancho.
Thank you. I'm Gilbert Camacho, 1882 Loon Court. It's easy to think of Heritage Oaks Boulevard as a road, but it's more than that. It's a major artery with veins connecting 4 subdivisions to create a community. And we're not Cheers. Everybody doesn't know our name, but when we walk our communities, we see our neighbors. They wave at us. We wave at them. If you've had the privilege of seeing Heritage Oaks Boulevard during Halloween, it's not uncommon to see cars from all other communities coming to Heritage Oaks to park. And you'll see them lined up on both sides of the road as the kids come out, walk the communities. That would drastically change if this project is approved. Connecting Doherty Boulevard to Heritage Oaks wouldn't just change the structure, it would change the pulse of that whole community that we live in. You wouldn't be able to value the walking space that you currently have. All of us that live in that area know in the mornings where the kids are, where the bus stops are, where the bus stop stations itself, so that communities and kids can access it. That all changes and goes away with this project if it's approved. I can't stress enough how you've seen from the community response how opposed everyone is to this project. And what you're being asked to do is more than just vote or no vote. You've been asked, and a scalpel has been placed in your hands. You're asked to be a surgeon. And any surgeon knows when it's time to cut and when it's time to walk away from the table. The danger of cutting an artery or enough veins is that your community, your client, your patient bleeds out. I hope you have the wisdom to know that it's time to put the scalpel down, to leave the community the way that it is, the way that the residents there want it to be, and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Warren. Denise Warren.
Thank you. I don't have really any prepared remarks. I couldn't agree more with all of the previous people who have come. The environmental impacts would be sad. I've seen the sandhill cranes that used to have chicks every year in the front, now gone because of the construction in the front. I've seen the neighborhoods. I've been in the neighborhood for almost 20 years. I can't even imagine the thousands and hundreds of thousands of miles I've walked in the neighborhood. I don't think many of the people in the neighborhood don't recognize me from walking. But I want to look at it from the safety standpoint. My children have grown up in that neighborhood. My son still is a junior at Mel High. He's almost been run over 3 times getting on and off the school bus. I'm a teacher. I've been a teacher at Meadow Lane Intermediate, and now I'm a teacher over at Central, and my students come to me and tell me how many times they're almost hit by careless drivers because they're too busy speeding through the stop sign. No one stops at the stop sign that it is. Like you said, when I saw the people going through, not a single car went by and the speed limit sign did not flash at them. It will just be ridiculous. We don't have space to widen it. It will impact the noise level on those homes even more. And I just think, all in all, for the safety of the people who have decided to come and live in that area, that it would be beyond negative. And I would be sad for it to come to a child being run over before people actually start taking driving down that road seriously. So, thank you.
Thank you, Denise. I think this is Doug Nevon. Yeah, all right. You're the next contestant.
Doug Nephew, 2372 Woodfield Circle, and I didn't come with any prepared remarks either, nor could I add, I don't think, anything to what you have already heard. So I'll just say, and I don't have a sign, sorry, to say that I oppose this, and I wish you would vote no and just really put this Doherty extension to rest. How often are we going to have to keep coming back up here and talking about this? I was discouraged to hear that it's already been talked about several times and it keeps coming out. I'm just curious as to why that keeps happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Manskowski. Followed by Paul Smitty.
My name is Mark Mankowski. I live 527 Sylvia Road. I've lived in the same house for the last, 47 years. And so I've seen a lot of changes in this neighborhood. Some good, some not so good. And I really believe that putting in a Doherty extension is a not so good change to that particular neighborhood. As many of people have said here before me, there is some issues such as safety for our children, flooding concerns, traffic. Traffic would be unbearable. As stated previously, I cannot get out of my street in the mornings to make a left or right-hand turn. I can't even get into my street in the evenings trying to get to my house. So traffic would be unbelievable. So please don't put in this extension. It's not necessary, it's not needed. And oh, by the way, I noticed earlier that there was like 7,000 traffic citations that the city had last year. I can guarantee you could probably double that by having a police officer on Henry Road in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Smitty, you're up next.
Hello, Paul Smithy, 2462 Woodfield Circle. I've been a resident here for 20 years.
Speak
Get
so,
closer.
yeah, better, yeah.
So I won't reiterate, I agree with so many things I've heard already. So I won't reiterate those. The one thing I probably haven't heard that much is basically this is about traffic. So I would think it seems, maybe I'm not right, but it seems from common sense that if you talked about flow rate or the number of cars per unit at a time, that it doesn't seem as if this would actually increase that, which is ultimately what you would do when you're trying to put in new roads. So if you picture going north on Minton, and you would normally go up to Henry and turn right, now some of those cars could turn on Heritage Oaks, which is just one block further south. When you go through there, when you do this extension, from my point of view, when I look at this, I think you're going to have 4 stop signs through there. That's going to slow some of that traffic through there. Also, we all know that plenty of people blow through those stop signs, which isn't so good for kids obviously crossing the roads. And then I agree with this gentleman behind me that they're going to have to probably eventually put a stoplight in there on Henry at this new extension. And when you do that, then you will slow the flow rate of traffic on Henry, because those cars will come to a stop to let these cars go through, and that flow rate, I would think either would be a net zero or perhaps even a negative, because in general you want to keep like a nice laminar flow through there. You don't want to stop those cars. In fact, you want to have as few stoplights as you can get away with and have traffic continuing to go. So that's my point of view. Thank you. I'm adamantly opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Lori Schmitty, same address? Okay.
Hi, I'm Lori Smithy. So we've lived in Woodfield for over 20 years. You guys have done a great job managing the financials and the safety of our communities. I ask that you continue to spend our city's money on true improvements and not a project that so negatively will impact the safety, the quality, the crime in our communities. So please, I respectfully ask that you shut this project down, and please vote no and do what's in the best interest of your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Perlberg? Okay. Thank you. Ellie, do you want to speak again? Or hold up your sign, or both?
I just want to reiterate that that I live in a separate area of West Melbourne, and I would like that the Doherty Extension Project is removed from the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Justin Lauer. The man, the legend. You have any more ink pens? No.
The time has finally arrived to vote on the Doherty Extension project again. I was in the hall in 2018 in December when the project failed to start 4-3. It's in the city records. And I hope the president continues with even more votes against it tonight. The overwhelming majority of residents does not support the project. Over 60 letters of objection have been written from residents of West Melbourne that you received this evening. 2 entire HOAs have submitted letters against the project with the unanimous board consent against it, and over 300 signature petitions have been collected. letters and signatures represent the silent majority who oppose this project, in addition to the audible majority who have spoken at the past council meetings over the past 4 years. So the entire majority is against it, the loud majority, the silent majority, everybody. Doesn't matter how you look at the data. This should be easy math for everybody to figure out. Even the last 3 meetings leading up to this meeting, all of the speakers who showed up were against this project. I am representing all those people out there who submitted letters, signed petitions, in addition to those who are present tonight in the hall. Listen to our voices and vote against this project and remove it from the comprehensive plan. Some people reference the past in respect to what people might have known or not known when buying their properties, and really that topic is totally irrelevant. We need the council to lead our city into the future and do what's best for West Melbourne today, not what was best back in the 1980s. The roads project path was originally set to connect Doherty to Fell, which is impossible due to building Eastwood 2. Anyone supporting this project due to a prior drawing is living in the past and is not realistic, and we would like them to move into the future. The city made a conscious decision to authorize Eastwood 2 and not purchase that land and allocate the dream from 1987, back when the road was called Milwaukee Boulevard. So it was actually a 35-year precedent of not building a road that connects from Minton to Fell. Please respect the audible and silent majority that both agree this project should be stopped. The silent majority, again, submitted letters of objection, petitions, sent you emails. Cancel this project from the comprehensive plan, and hopefully we won't have to come back in 4 years and do this all over again and win 3 times in a row for a three-peat. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Justin. Lisa Steele. Lisa holds up her sign, thank you. And I believe last but not least, one of the best writers I've seen, Mr. Ed Hines.
Good evening again, Mayor Rose and council members. I'm Ed Hines, 2345 Botanica Circle. I'd like to say a few words about the traffic issues associated with this project. First, I think we can expect a lot of cut-through traffic on the road. Drivers will use it to bypass the Minton 192 intersection and the Minton-Henry intersection. You can get some idea of what will happen by looking at the cut-through traffic that we had on the Trend Road. Trend Road had very high levels of cut-through traffic because it's a shortcut between Henry and Hollywood, just as the new road will be a shortcut between Henry and Minton. Now, the problem with cut-through drivers is that they tend to be frustrated, impatient, sometimes even angry people, and they're more likely to cause accidents. So the bottom line is the extensions will funnel a dangerous kind of traffic into the new intersection at Henry and Doherty, leading to congestion, accidents, etc. at a school crossing. And the extensions will cause even more frequent blockages of those side streets off of Henry: Sylvia, Edward, Parker, Trend, and Clifton. Those already occur, and they can block emergency access. Also cause more hazardous situations along the Heritage Oaks Boulevard that could jeopardize the safety of the school children. Remember, the school crossing guards here complain about being hit daily. One of the previous speakers mentioned that. I don't know if you're aware of it, but that's a quotation from a government report put out by the TPO when they did the Minton Road study. They quoted several crossing guards making that kind of a statement. So yes, the city did do a traffic study, but it actually found there will be cut-through traffic. On the road specifically, it said in the evening rush hour, a lot of the traffic headed towards southwest Palm Bay will use the road as a cut-through, 20% of that traffic. The study was very limited, and it estimated lower traffic rates than the much higher credibility data from the Space Coast TPO. One of the other speakers mentioned this. And it should have projected 15 or 20 years in the future, like Neil Schaefer did when they did their study. But it did not project. It did not use the Trend Road information either. So there are strong reasons to believe that the actual effects of the new road will be much worse than what the study said. So please remember, Florida has the worst record in the nation for pedestrian fatalities in the nation. And this region is one of the worst in Florida. All this talk about accidents is not just hypothetical. Remember, the schoolgirl was actually killed on A1A a year or two ago. And that accident was widely attributed to intersection design. So let's not put lives in jeopardy by constructing a road that serves very little purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. All right, I believe that's all the speaker cards. Anybody have a speaker card I maybe missed that needs to bring anything out? All right. All right. So I'm going to let we got a bunch of lights on, but I just want to say, again, thank everybody for your opinion. Like Ed had said before, we had many, many people in support of this, a lot less in support of not going through, others that wanted to go through for various reasons. There's good sides to every story, and I'll save some of my comments later, but I just want to get this out there. I will not be supporting this road today. Okay, but I'm gonna let council speak. This is the process. This is a process, and anyway, we got a lot of lights. Let me get it to council, then we get the vote, and we'll take a break after that. Councilmember Adams, you're first, followed by Mr. Bentley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo the mayor's comments in terms of thanking everyone for showing up, and for those that have sent us emails. If you did send an email, I tried to get back to everyone because I think that that's important, but also you showing up is just as important. Every decision that council makes directly impacts the lives of our West Melbourne residents, and we do take that very seriously. After analyzing the information that's available to us, combined with the resident input, including that you see tonight, at this time, I'd like to make the motion to withdraw consideration for the Doherty Extension project, and I wasn't done, and remove it from consideration for the 2040 comprehensive plan.
Mr. Bentley?
Second, excuse me, second with comments.
I got comments.
Okay, we have a motion and second on there. Ms. Adams, did you? She had the motion. She's first, followed by you.
I still have just a couple things to note. Because I did feel like that motion was important. We have had residents that gave us compelling reasons both for and against the project. The extension was meant to be an overall benefit to the greater West Melbourne community, but one of the other primary benefits of the proposed extension was to serve as a second exit and entrance for the Heritage Oaks community. And as we have asked for resident input over the past few months, and based on the emails and the conversations and the phone calls, and yes, showing up at some of our doors, wanting to share your thoughts. All of that to say, that's an overwhelming majority of the feedback that we received, which I think tells us this isn't the project that our community wants to move forward at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Bentley, followed by Mr. Frampus.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask a question before I go into what I'm saying. Mr. Rhodey, do we have the permit approved from St. John's Water Management District?
We do not yet.
And do we know why they haven't approved it?
Well, we got, you had your turn, and now it's our turn.
It's been a daunting process. I am very confident we will get the permit if that's the direction we go.
Thank you. Well, this has been a long process. As most of you know. I think in 2008, I was running for my first time on city council, and I think I spoke to Justin personally, actually, in his neighborhood, and he asked me if would I support or not support this project, and I went out there and looked around, and I told him I would not support the project. And it seems like we vote on this every year or every couple of years, and I think so far we haven't supported that project. I would say that one thing I did is, because at the time, the only reason I really wasn't supporting it was because I'd given him my word. And it's really, once you give someone your word, even if you think it's the right thing, it's still hard to go against your word. So I went out there during a hurricane many years ago. It wasn't one of the more recent ones. And they were taking the Sylvan Estates behind that street. They have a lake there, and they were pre-pumping it into your canal to try to get the water out of there. before the hurricane even started. So I went out there in the middle of the hurricane and looked at it, and that canal was just overflowing. And there was just a mess everywhere. And I always ask myself, if it can't handle the water now, you add more impervious surface, how are they going to keep you guys from flooding? And I never could understand that part. And I think that's I think that's why St. John's, I could be wrong on that, but haven't bought into it yet, is they're still concerned with the flooding, which we were concerned with for the last 13 years or so. So, I'm just looking to make sure my notes here if there's anything else. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure also, and you did, so I appreciate it, make sure this is removed from the comprehensive plan, because I really don't want to talk about this anymore after tonight.
Deputy Mayor Frampus.
It's old.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to hit this from a little different angle. There is merit to second entrances to communities. I come from Sawgrass, where we only have one way in, one way out, and there is definitely would be merit to having a second entrance. However, I believe all this should be done in the planning stages of these developments and done before the residents buy into the developments and not have all these changes made after the fact. I think you spend a lot of money to live here in West Melbourne and to purchase your homes, and to have these kind of changes done after the fact just drives me nuts. And I think we as council need to take that and develop our properties better from the beginning, from the onset, and then you guys wouldn't have this. You wouldn't have to come out to these things because it'd already be there, and you would have bought your property knowing that road was there, and we wouldn't have to be making these changes. I think council, way back when, I know it's come up several times, it's been supported by some and not others. This is the first time I've had to weigh in on the project, and I don't support it. I was going to make the same motion. And I just think that we could do a better job as a council and planning these larger developments. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Young, you're next.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming here tonight. I have been doing my homework on this project for many years. I've been on this council for quite a while. I'm part of the council that approved this project in the first place. And as Mr. Bentley said, we're back here again. And I'm going to support this motion. I absolutely strongly support the mayor's comments and Ms. Adams' comments as well. I have learned a lot about roads in the last year, and so much so in the last several months after we really got back into this. Appreciate all of your comments. I wanted to make just a couple comments back. One of the things that I did, you saw the traffic counter on your road there from the 22nd to the 27th of December. I'm sure you all saw it, and the mayor commented on it. The highest speed by one car was 64 miles an hour. I cannot imagine going down that road at 64 miles an hour. I have the traffic study here, and I just want to go over it a little bit with you because you have an absolutely valid point, and our chief of police is sitting here now, and I'm asking him, please, for more policing on this road. This is absolutely crazy. I have the whole study right here if any of you don't, it's public record, so any of you can have it. But the highest one was 64 miles an hour. That's correct. But there were, what about the 30? What about the 45 miles an hour, the 50 miles an hour? That's just as crazy. And it is just as dangerous as well. It was a very short study, as you commented on the other road study was a very short study, and this one was only from the 22nd to the 27th. And the amount of cars that went through there totally was 5,590 cars. Of that, over the speed limit were 4,601 cars. Now, granted, some were only doing 26 to 30. Okay, that's a couple miles. We can deal with that. But there were also 1,685 cars doing between 31 and 35. And that doesn't account for the others, again, doing in the 40s and the 50s. So you absolutely have a valid point about the speeding. We absolutely need to do that. But be careful what you ask for, because it's only you guys that are doing this. I'm sure it's none in this room. I'm absolutely positive it's no one in this room. But that happens in my neighborhood as well. I live off of Wingate, and Wingate is not as straight through traffic as your road is. And I've been passed up there by school buses. So it's absolutely crazy. People are going to speed. It's just a fact of life. It's going to happen. One of the other things that I did while I was doing my homework was I went back and I looked what happened after we put the road through for Florida Avenue, where it's behind Oak Grove, and Henry Avenue. Henry Avenue, when we put that through, I wanted to see how many crashes had happened on the new part of Henry Avenue. And there have been 3, and they were all at Dorset and Henry, and all has to do with a person pulling off of Dorset onto the traffic on Henry. So don't think that I have not looked and not listened to what you've said. I've read every one of your emails. There are merits, as Mr. Frampus said, to doing these projects and to having more than one exit, one entrance. But it has to be done right. This was not meant to be a road for the entire city. It was meant for Heritage Oaks. Back in 1998, I was going through all my papers at home, and I have many of them. The Dorchester extension is on our comp plan in 1998. Now, it was supposed to connect to Fell, but it was still the Doherty extension. It still was planned to be extended at that time. But what has swayed me is we all say this, we work for you, and that is what making me support this. The motion that is on the floor right now is it's meant for Heritage Oaks. There's a lot of congestion when you try to get onto Minton there. If you don't want the extension, I'm not going to try to shove it on you, so that's why I'm going to support this motion as well. So thank you for coming.
Mr. McDowell, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks everyone for being here. I as well received all those emails, and thank you for taking the time to write them. I have never voted on this subject. I have heard a lot of information on it, and I did say at the last council meeting that as I did reply to several of you on your emails, that I was not supporting the Doherty extension, but if something were to come up tonight or something was presented that argued for the Doherty extension, we have a responsibility to listen to it. I've heard nothing, so I'll be supporting it.
Councilman Ditmore, do you have any comments? Are you still there? Well said. Okay. All right. Okay, I'll make a few comments.
Hear me?
Oh, okay. Not very well. You need to speak a little closer, though.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes.
Continue.
All right. Well, I just want to just speak on this just briefly. 2018, when I first was on council, I met with Justin Lauer, and he was one of the first people that I actually met with in the actual community. And he brought up the concerns he has with this project. And I told him back then, if you give me 50% plus one, I'll get behind you. And I think that he's been the champion of this, and I have to give credit where credit is due. He's been the champion of this for the people back there, and he's never given up. And he has spoke for the people, and you have the community associations behind him. Although I'm not there tonight, I will tell you that in Paris, from what I can tell, there's a lot of people there right now, and I just want to give credit where credit's due. You know, Justin worked very hard at this to get this project out there, so people knew what was going on. And a lot of people in communities don't know what's actually going on, and the more that people found out about it, the more they were educated, the more they wanted to get involved. So I never could understand why this project. It seemed like they're pushing a rock up the hill all these years. And I remember saying in 2018, either we should stop kicking a can down the road, either build this thing or not do it at all. And I'm glad we've come to this conclusion tonight that we're not going to be doing this project. So I will be supporting it.
and I'll bet clean up here. I just have some comments. I was like the 10th house that was built in Heritage Oaks in Woodfield, and my backyard abuts the road that most of you go home on. And it was heavily, heavily wooded. In fact, I hated when they put your road through for a lot of reasons. My wife complained for a whole week that she thought I left the porch light on in the back because it was that dense of a forest, I couldn't see Brookshire across there. But, you know, the builder has a right to build on his land, and so they went through there. We have new rules now, as Deputy Mayor said. If there's 200 homes in a development, 200 or over, you have to have two ways in and out. So we have a development off John Rhodes Boulevard that just happens to have 199 homes. They couldn't squeeze the extra amount of homes, so it's going to be 199 apartments there. You know, there's ways to get around everything. My concern is, and I see this just getting out of our development now, it backs up. And this is just local traffic with kids going to school, and especially in the morning when we go out. Sometimes you sit through 2 lights, 3 lights. It's hard to get out of our development. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do when we have 3 commercial lots still available? One on the east side, 2 on the east side, one on north of Heritage Oaks, one on the south side, and across the street, there's a little parcel there. When those 3 parcels are developed, and they will be developed because they're all zone commercial, I'm just asking out loud. I don't know there's a good answer to this yet, but if McDonald's comes on one corner, a car wash comes on the other corner, because that's could be. We've had many inquiries with Walmart, not the supercenter, but the smaller stores, grocery stores. If those kind of places come in and they're allowed, we can't stop that. If they come in there, or Subway and those high traffic areas, it's going to be a real mess, So we're not going to attack that today or tomorrow, but just it's going to happen. I'm just saying it's going to happen. Unless y'all want to chip in and buy that land and have a sanctuary. It's just the reality of growth all around us. I'm sorry to have to say that. I didn't really like the, what's the other place next to the post office, the Alzheimer's place, care there, where the good thing, 100% of those inpatients or residents don't drive, so that's a good thing, and I don't know that we can mirror those images. That would be perfect there, low density and everything else, but maybe someday I can just walk there if I need to and find a home. And also, so what I propose now is, what can we do to get out of our development? You know, we need to get out, people need to get into this development. And so one of the things I was thinking of, when we leave our development, we're fighting with Milwaukee because the traffic lights, some of them are going straight, some of them are going right, some are going left. Most of them don't know how to use their turn signals. So I would like to figure out a way for the city manager to work with the county. Again, Minton is a county road, not a city road. We don't have any say-so, any curb cuts there. I would like that to be 2 separate functions on the light, where we go for our 74 seconds and they go for their 52 seconds, or however they divide that out. Going north and south, that will go the most. So maybe city manager, you can work on that to make that like Henry and Hollywood and like, all those streets that are separated, so we don't get the cross accidents where just one light goes at a time. So that's one thing. The other thing, I'd like to take some of this money when we leave our development and head north towards the post office. That turn lane is very short. It's already been improved once or twice. It's been extended. That backs up and it makes its bottlenecks right there. The trouble with extending that, there's a culvert there where there's a drain. And part of this project was to move that drain somehow, and they have all that figured out engineering-wise, move it on an easement. And I know Woodfield gave permission as their right-of-way to extend that lane. So perhaps we can take some of this money that we give to the county, that we can ask for it back and extend that turn lane heading north. So stacking is important. So maybe we can get more cars out of this development where the light won't back up. I know, thank you. The other thing, there's been talk about Minton being 6-lane. That's not going to happen. There's no money. There's no land. You're not going to go from 6 lanes on Minton to 4 lanes on Wickham. So that's not going to happen. Someday, I don't know in my lifetime or not, but Minton needs to be improved. We all know that. They built Heritage Parkway to take a lot of traffic off, and that's getting crazier. And they have thousands of homes there from Palm Bay and West Melbourne going to use that to take some of the traffic off. But that needs to be Minton. The best thing we can hope for is improve all the intersections, stacking room, timing of the lights, safety for pedestrians, and those things. So we'll work with the county with that. So another happy customer. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Hopefully we move on and move forward. And anyway, that's all I got to say. So thank y'all. Thank you. And Jana, thank you for speaking out. I appreciate your comment. Okay. So we have a motion and second on the floor. We love our motion and second on the floor. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Better not. Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you all. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, I can't feel my fingers.
back live and in action. Our next item is item 8B, annual update of the 5-year capital improvement plan. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you are aware in past practice, as part of a comprehensive plan amendment that the state was involved in, it discussed every local government doing a 5-year CIP plan. This is kind of, well, this is ours. This is the first reading. We need 2 readings. There's a couple items I want to draw attention to, and then happy to take any questions or comments. This is not our 2023 2024 budget. This is just the comprehensive CIP. This is just where we put ideas, we associate some dollars with them and start that discussion. So again, this is not like set in stone. We take this document and then we roll this into our budget process, and that is where the document takes more form. So just for clarity, there's a 3-page document that has our projects, which is our 5-year CIP plan. Everything in the 22-23 category is items that are underway and approved in the 2022-23 budget. Happy to answer any questions about that, but that ship has kind of sailed, so to speak. But what we are focusing on is the 23-24 through 26-27. And so the 3 items I'd like to just start the conversation and bring your attention to, and then again, happy to go in any direction that the council has, is our building department building. So I did budget $3.5 million for our building department building. We do have some renderings and some concepts and some plans that we're going to bring forward to the next council meeting to discuss the building department building. Several months ago, we had that item. We discussed it, was asked to put together a plan to move forward with that, and we have put together that plan and we'll be presenting that. And so that item is coming forward at the next city council meeting. Didn't think tonight was the right night for that, so.
I'd like to comment on that. Again, what I like to see is building has slowed down. The only reason we're building a building department is because we have money that we have to spend. Talking to the city attorney, what I like to see done is the building department purchase the upstairs administrative building, remodel that for their use, and build an administrative building just north of that in that empty field where you're talking about the building department building. So just like this whole building that we're in now used to be all of City Hall, we took the revenue from recreation, and that's how we built the 2nd floor across the street, and they in turn got this beautiful other side of the building for recreation. So we can be creative and build a administrative building that would fit our needs, and perhaps enough room over there to build a council chambers, which would be a better fit than being with the recreation. Long term, again, I haven't heard from everybody yet, but just it would be nice someday to knock this old building down. I know when I walked in, I smelt the mold and mildew or whatever you smell in here. We got a lot of issues with this building. Someday, as a capital project plan, is take some of the recreation money, level this, and design a real city front that we can be proud of, a senior citizen center, gymnasium, all those kind of things that would take a lot of planning and over multi-years. But I think instead of trying to patch this building up and spend money on this, I think that'd be the way to go. But I know you're talking about this a lot next week, but just want to follow up on your thing. Mr.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's all I had. Did you have a comment, or Mr. McDowell?
Thank you, Mayor. I realize that this is not the official, this is just a work document, correct? But I was going to suggest that, and maybe you are going to think about this, is that for ease of purposes, it'd be nice if I knew what has changed from before. So I think that if we could kind of look at the format here so I could easily identify what's different, I think that would be helpful from what was before or planned. And then also some kind of a key to note whether this is a new initiative, whether this is a maintenance or repair, or an enhancement or upgrade. Some kind of an idea of what's the level of, is it development, is it new, thing of that sort. So those are just suggestions.
Deputy Mayor Frampus.
Guess this for the city manager. The mayor's comment on utilizing the money from the building department, is that even feasible? I mean, could we spend $3.5 million on purchasing the top part of the building? I mean, it's not really been the plan. It's been the plan to build the building department building. I mean, are we past that point? Where are we at? I mean, it's kind of like throwing a curveball, and I just want to know where we're at in the planning stage. We have a certain period of time where we need to spend this money, and I thought we had a plan going into it, but now we're kind of, do we have a plan or not?
Yeah, so the good news is, next council meeting, we will present the staff's recommendation to move forward with the building department building project as a whole. The might not be liked, might not be the direction we go, but that was the direction, and we certainly are. We've given it a lot of thought. We do have some renderings and some ideas, and I think that can be the launch point to forward that discussion now that we've been able to put some data together. As far as the legal question of whether we can purchase the second story of City Hall with building department funds, I will defer to the city attorney.
There's obviously a lot of legal issues involved with something like that would have to be worked through. Conceptually, I think we could probably get there, but without having direction from the council that's the direction they even want to go. I haven't put the probably 10 hours of research it would take to really fully answer that question, so I don't want to commit right now without some sort of council direction that's the direction you'd like to go. But I think we could probably get there if that's what the council wanted to do.
And my other thoughts were that I thought we purposely wanted the building department offices to be on the first floor because it's a high traffic kind of thing for residents to come in and get that stuff. That was discussed, right?
That is something that the staff is recommending, yes. Highest volume traffic should be easiest and most accessible. Second item I want to bring your attention to is about halfway down the first page.
Can I just,
go ahead.
One more comment on that. I believe you would talk about leaving the building department where they collect the money where it is now, and this would be for the planned examiner and stuff. But also, you had 3-point-something million in it. We weren't talking about spending that kind of money out of the building department. Is that a mixture of two different pots of money?
Correct.
Okay, so for council's edification, can you delineate those two?
We have about $2.5 million for the building department in that account.
And the rest would be for something else?
The rest would be, stay tuned for something else.
The chamber.
Not the Chamber of Commerce, no.
Councilwoman
Sorry.
Adams.
Rotary extension money.
Yeah.
I direct your attention to the next item that I wanted to point out of my three, which is about halfway down that first page, Community Recreation Center. Again, this is put out at the farthest period of this 5-year plan to get on the radar and get on the discussion. To echo the mayor's comments, the half of this building that has been repurposed for recreation use, some of the challenges that this building has suffered that we will outline just in the time that I've been here, really lean to the possibility of let's take a look at a community now that we know we're going to be about 40,000 people when West Melbourne is all said and done. Let's take a look at what a community center, a community building, a rec building, whatever we want to call that, what that might look like, where that might go, what that might look like, and what kind of services we might want to provide, so we can get that on the radar if that's something we want to do. I think a community of up and coming community that strives to have excellent service for its residents, that's 40,000 people. I don't think it's out of line to be looking at some kind of community rec center. So I put that on the radar as just a discussion for the future. This doesn't mean we're doing it. This doesn't mean we're going to designate $5 million. It just means it's on here to start talking, to start going down that path.
Councilmember Adams.
Thank you. I had a quick question about halfway down on 8B-7 for that page. There's a denotation for Henry Avenue reconstruction, and it's slotted for 26-27. Do we know if we're expecting the county to be doing anything with Minton at that time that could cause any sort of major issue with Henry?
Perfect segue to my third item that I'd like to bring the council's attention to, which is on the last page, halfway down, Henry Avenue reconstruction. Again, out to the 26-27 period. Henry Avenue is obviously a very traveled road in West Melbourne. It is one of the roads that we do have control over, and it is a road that suffers from some structural integrity issues that eventually will need to be addressed, not just with a resurface, but actually digging down, working on the base, repairing the base, and then moving forward. So I can double check with improvements to Minton, but this is more a standalone project for West Melbourne to get on the radar. Anything we do on Henry will be expensive because we're not just talking a patch or resurfacing. We're talking, true base infrastructure needing to be addressed. So we can't use impact fees to maintain our roads, but we can use impact fees to improve them. And so, again, as was talked this evening, additional turn lanes, additional safety measures, those could be part of that. And offset some of that cost. But at the end of the day, I do want to get on the council's radar that Henry Avenue, again, whether it's 4 years from now, 6 years from now, is the next big road construction project that we do need to get on the board to start talking about.
So do we have the flexibility to either check with the county, loop them in, because I could just see our work on Henry coinciding with something that they're doing on Minton, and that could be a traffic nightmare?
Yeah, we wouldn't want to do anything on Henry the same time the county is doing anything on Minton or Hollywood. That would not be logical, and we try to be very logical. So those are the three items that I wanted to address that are kind of big picture, out in the future, conversations to be had at a council level. The rest of the projects, I'm happy to answer any questions. Many of them are maintenance and logistic items when you get to the water and sewer. Many of those involve the sewer plant of items that are coming to their end of life. As far as the water utility, several of those are items that we've identified that need to be done before we go live. And then there are several items that need to be done once we are live. And we do sewer plant. And we are up and running with our water utility. We will be doing several flow pressure analysis. Again, because right now we're serviced by 12 master meters from Melbourne, and we are about to go live when we go live with our water plant, we will be having different pressure in different areas. And so we will need to account for some money because we will identify some flaws in that new system. Not fatal flaws, not anything where people will be out of water, but areas where we're not getting the kind of flow that we need and may need to do a looping, may need to do a pressure pump, may need to do some basic elements that go in go hand in hand with us moving over from the 12 master meters to our only several points where we'll be pushing out water. So,
Deputy Mayor Frampus.
Well, for sure, we know they're going to be doing construction on Hollywood there some point, right? So that would affect that thing. Back to the recreation area, or this area here. I agree, it'd be a great idea to do this, and maybe 5 years out is a long time, but is there a possibility that if council wants to go in that direction, that we allocate money in advance for that and start pocketbooking the money so we don't have a large expenditure all in 1 year, and we could have reserves set up for that project in advance? Is that something that we should do, or you recommend?
We absolutely could. So one item, the only negative, and it's not a big one, but the only negative to earmarking or designating general revenue cash reserves is that does then come off of our reserve. So in other words, we don't get to say we have 15 million in reserve if we're gonna earmark 3 million for a future rec building. Let's just as an example, just earmark it 3 million. Then our reserves are 12 million. And that's still a strong reserve, don't get me wrong, but we don't get to have our cake and eat it too. We don't get to say 3 million is set aside for a new rec building and we still have 15 million in reserve. We would then have 12.
At the end of the year, we occasionally have leftover monies that we just kind of throw into the reserves. If we threw in the end of the year excess money into a fund for that, then it wouldn't affect what you're saying, correct?
That is one very viable option.
So maybe if we go in that direction, that would be the way to go, I think.
Yeah, I put it 5 years out. You know, could it be sooner? Could it be later? Again, I think when we identify what it is and where it needs to go, you know, those things will, the cost then will solidify and have a better plan. But I think it's definitely a conversation piece for this council as we move forward, knowing that this building is dated. Doesn't mean we should just get rid of it, but this building has some significant costs that are coming up and should be discussed. And this isn't a rec center, right? We know this is old City Hall.
It would have to be tore down, I'm sure, and redeveloped. The mayor had mentioned about the turn lane going into Henry off of Minton and stuff. Is that something we need to put in our projected budget? Or I mean, I know it's going to be developed through the county and with impact fees. Is that something we could?
Heritage Oaks.
Oh, the right hand turn lane going in Heritage Oaks. I'm sorry. But is that something that we could reserve the impact fees for and have that, we develop that with the county's approval and put it in our budget?
Right. So the process would be to identify that during the budget time and then we have to take that to the county and have them approve the use of the developer impact fee. So if the council recommends it, I think they are very favorable. I don't mean to say that the county has to the county will decide on their own. It's a give and take process. It's our developer impact fee money, but the county does have a say in that. But to my knowledge, they have been supportive of all the projects that the city council has requested to use that
So at what
funds.
point do you want that recommendation?
If now would be now would be a time to put it on here. We can add it if the council desires, and then it could be discussed when we have the second reading, whether.
Just a quick question on that. Isn't that already part of the road extension project, is to extend that turn lane? So can we just pull that piece out and do that piece since they already allocated money?
I would have to, I don't know the legal ability to piecemeal a project that they've approved. I just don't know the answer to that question, sorry.
Can I ask you a question? So
I assume this is referring to the turn lane, I think you said off of Heritage, off of Minton on into Heritage. And so remember, there's that 6-lane study that was done, and instead of doing 6 lanes of Minton Road, the consultant came up with, I think, 13 intersections that could have improvements that would add some capacity. So that's one of those. So is that what you're saying?
No, because that's not going to happen for ever. But I'm talking about when you leave Heritage Oaks, heading west, the stacking lane to turn right.
You're talking about Milwaukee.
I'm on Heritage Oaks.
Oh, okay.
So I'm on leaving Heritage Oaks, turn right. It only holds like 6 cars. It's already been extended once. You have a culvert that needs to be moved, and that's part of that project. So I didn't know if you can pull that piece out since it's already been allocated to do that. So.
And I think that was identified in that plan, Mr.
We would have to take our updated plan back to the county. I don't think we could move forward and say we decided not to do Heritage Oaks and Doherty, but we're going to do this piece instead.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we can just take it to them and have them,
I don't think that's big dollars, but, if you're doing all that, you might want to say you have that median in the middle, because right now there's just the left lane goes left or straight. If you took some of that median out, the left lane could turn south, the straight lane can go straight to Milwaukee, and the right lane just to make it flow better. So it will need that eventually, whether it happens, it's gonna be necessary.
Is it fair to add it to the 23, 24 area, or are you looking to do it sooner? Because sooner's now, obviously. So
22, 23 would be too tight. Yeah.
Too tight?
Too tight.
23, 24? You said it's too tight?
No, 23, 24 would be the first opportunity we could do it. So it's going to take several months. It's going to take several months to get it through the county process. Again, not that I think.
I would support that if
Jack.
everybody else does.
Is that 4 head nods?
Consensus? What do you want to do?
What are you talking about, adding a turning lane?
Maybe 2 turning lanes, one left.
Or doing a comprehensive.
I don't know how much it costs. I mean,
I don't think you're talking big bucks just for turn lane. But.
I don't know.
Well, we'd have to get an engineer involved and take a look. And
you have a guess? I mean, is it $1 billion? Is it $1 million?
Well, for replacing one of the water systems there, it's going to be a significant amount of money.
No, because I think they have a unique kind they're putting in there that's not.
Who's they, the county?
That's what Morgan said.
it will be.
That's a lot.
It's less than 2.1 million.
Sounds like a lot. How much do we have in reserves?
It's funny you asked that question.
Is it? Okay. Yeah,
I introduce our new finance director, Candace Blake.
Hello. I don't have the exact number. Because we're waiting on the auditors to confirm everything. So anything I have is unaudited.
That's fine.
But we're looking at around a little over 12 million, I believe.
How much are we required to have?
I have that number.
Okay.
It's 20% of our annual operating budget.
Okay, what's our operating budget? If you're going to do that to me.
Let me grab a piece of paper real quick, because I have
15, so.
Is it 20 million?
15.
15. So we only need 3 million in reserves, is what you're telling me.
Well, to be the.
By law.
To be the.
Not a way I like to run a city.
I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to understand the numbers. So we're currently about 9 million over what's required.
We have done very well the last 3 fiscal cycles.
We're just trying to determine what's required, not,
Yeah.
not what.
But
I'm not trying to spend it all today. I'm just trying to understand what's going on. So
18 million in our budget.
18, okay, that's close enough. 15, I mean, so, yeah, what's a few million? So 20% we're required to have?
4.5.
So we're doing pretty good. We could do any project we chose to do.
We are, and we again another good year. So.
And what is your vision on grants this year? Are we going to?
Well, it's not going to be 28 million. So
23.
The bar is set high. We're not going to repeat that. No, we continue to effort. In fact, had meetings today with one of our engineering firms that continues to pursue a second half of an important grant for us for a sewer plant improvement. So I would anticipate again another, 5 million in grants.
Okay, I think we said we had 12 million today in reserves. What do you anticipate having at the end of this spending year? Is it going up or is it going down?
Oh, it's going up. We're doing well financially, partially because not being 100% staffed in the organization because of the challenges of employment. So that's.
So how much are we going up?
We're budgeted to go up an additional 2 million at the end of 9/30/2023. That doesn't include some of that staffing and some of the price increases that we'll have, but we're budgeted at about 2 million.
Well, what would be your goal that we were sitting at as a city as far as reserve? Is 12 million? Okay, if I were at 12 million, I wouldn't ask for any more? Or are you going to keep trying to build it? Because it sounds like that's what we're doing. We're going from 12 to 14.
I think we have done a phenomenal job building our cash reserve.
So
knowing that we have some big projects ahead of us.
The water
plant being one of them, but also we are taking on several very large projects. $7 million flood risk reduction.
But that's grant funded, isn't it?
It is $6.5 million septic to sewer.
None of that's grant funded.
It's grant funded. We haven't bid the project yet.
I know.
We did have on the board Fell Road and Heritage Oaks and Doherty, which we now don't have those on the board, but again, didn't know where those numbers were going to come in. So I think the strong cash reserve was partially preparing for some of these large projects and being able to do them and not worry if they come in, 5-10% over.
Yeah, I'm not worried about 5 or 10%. But it just seems like, and I'm as conservative a person as you're probably ever going to meet, but it sounds to me like we could do any of these projects that we chose to do in the very near term. If nothing else, you could spend the 2 million, and I'm not saying was just spend money, but the 2 million that you're going to put in reserves this year, I think 12 million is pretty healthy already. You've got, like you said, the Doherty that we're not going to spend, that's another 1 or 2 million. To do some of these projects that would move our city along a little faster.
Yeah.
Like, the building department that we're going to build, maybe like the rec over here or whatever. It just seems like we could move these along and not focus so much on, do we need to be setting money aside? I think we've got money set aside, and I don't want to drain the account, but keeping it at 12 million would be pretty cool, and taking the 2 million that we plan on going up this year and building something with it. That's my comments. Thanks, Mayor.
We kind of passed over the impact, the Heritage Road extension. Did we ever finish doing that?
Do you have a comment about that?
Not on that. It can wait.
Okay. Then, again, I'd say that move forward with that. But since we have over 2 million set aside for that project, some of that money probably can be moved over. We don't know.
I don't disagree. That's very logical, but there is a process to go through to do that.
But also I hear what Mr. Bentley is saying. Part of the issue is, besides having the money, if we had 50 million in reserve, we have a small staff. And I know you're trying to hire another project manager. Even if we allocated all this money to get these projects over the hump, so to speak, is that where some of the issue is? I mean, we hire a private contractor to do the project, but it takes a lot of manpower from the city to actually get those things out the door. So
no, I think I think we were purposely put in a strong cash position. Not by accident. I think it was by design. Part of that design was we have, for a community our size, an incredible amount of projects that we're undertaking. And so knowing that having that cash in our back pocket was important to move forward with all those projects. Now, some of them we didn't know if we would get grant funded or not, and we did. And then, of course, ARPA came along. So, anytime a community gets $12 million for infrastructure, that's that's a shot in the arm. That helped take some projects that were going to be funded by this, by that cash reserve, and now moved them into grant funded. So I think we're sitting good, and in the 4 months that I've been here, in a few of the transitions that we've had to make, and we're blessed to get the people that we were in, we haven't had a chance to sit down and say what is the right cash reserve and which priorities would we like to present moving forward. We start that next week, or next council meeting, when we bring forward our building plan, our building department building plan. So that's the start of it.
Can I just make a quick point of clarification? So some of the projects like Heritage Oaks and stuff that are funded by the TIF, the Transportation Impact Fund, not doing those does not put those back in our reserves. Those go back to the county bucket of what we can spend as West Melbourne, and that's where we have to get those approvals and everything. So I just want to point out that, yeah, doing that doesn't give it to us directly.
Yeah, but I think we could take, for example, the Daughtery money and put it toward, if we decided to do Heritage Oak money.
Oh, absolutely, with county.
Street to street, yeah.
Thank you.
So can we officially give direction to the city manager to add that to our project? I think
you got that, right?
I'm going to see what he comes up with.
I'll add it in, and it'll be in the chart for next meeting.
Ms. Adams, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rhodey, do we have, with Fell Road and Doherty not going through as two potential projects that were being considered, do we have other road projects that we can be considering?
So with the death of both of those projects, we will be working to put together not only during the comprehensive plan process, but as a staff trying to identify any additional improvements. Because again, one key factor to the traffic impact money is it can't be maintenance. It's got to be improvements. It's got to be new roadways. It's got to be safety measures. It can be sidewalk. And so that's one of the items that we are going to take a look at. But as we start this, as we start the initial CIP process to lead into the budget process, we will be coming up and identifying some staff recommended roads to consider as we move forward.
And as Mr. Bentley brought up the overall budget and what we're looking at in terms of an excess, could that also be because I think I've heard you say before, the city is slower to experience economic slowdown that may have happened, a year or 2 or 3 years ago. So do you believe we have experienced that as a city, or is that still yet to come?
No, as predicted, we have not felt the impact yet. We will start to feel it in the next budget year. We will start, we have seen the amount of new project proposals decrease. We have seen, for sure, one project has been pulled that was approved. That will continue. The other thing that will happen is new home starts in the 2 new home subdivisions that will be ready to go. We don't feel they'll move as quickly as they have in the past. I mean, 933 homes in Sawgrass, they couldn't build them fast enough for a while. We think it'll go back to normal, where they'll, build 10 or 12 homes in each of those subdivisions a year, as opposed to, 30 in a year in each of those subdivisions. So that's when we will start to see the pullback, and we will start to see things slow down. We'll start to see remodels slow down. We'll start to see roof repairs slow down. That will begin.
But those slowdowns are included in your projections for what you're thinking in the city for 5 years in advance?
Correct. When we start the 23-24 budget process, we will start to show those slight decreases in revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bentley?
Yeah, I think they are slight decreases. We've got a very diverse income base for our budget. I mean, probably more so than any of the other surrounding cities. We're not dependent on a specific category of income to any large degree, I don't think. I would like to see us look at the idea, and maybe it's further out, of a recreational type center sooner rather than later. And I don't know exactly what that is, but it looks like we have money to do something for the community, and You know, I don't want to wait 5 years personally to do it, you know, but I do want to make sure that we've got surplus for any oopses that come along or things, especially when you're looking at, you know, the size of the water plant and some of these other projects that you're talking about. You know, I always want to be cautious, but at the same time, you know, if we're adding a couple, $3 million a year to our reserves, at some point, we're there. Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to make one comment and hear it loud and clear that the county watches all that money that they hold for us that we give them. And as that starts to grow and we're not using it within our city, they're going to figure out a way, and they have already to a certain degree, let's say Ellis Road widening, buying all that stuff. They will say, West Melbourne, you got a lot of money. Sharing the joy. So that's going to happen. And they've done that before. But if we can piggyback on projects, for instance, the intersection of Minton and Eber, that intersection there, city met the county halfway, and we got that improved with the traffic light. And so there's going to be a lot of those places. Maybe Minton and Heritage Oaks, Milwaukee, that can be improved on both sides if we chip in some, if we have extra money. There's a lot of intersections in the city that maybe if we pay to play, they will move it on top of their list and get these done. So,
Yep.
Mr. McDowell.
Thank you, Mayor. Just had a question about the studies, the comprehensive plan, the Parks Rec plan. These are not in here. What if we get some, I mean, we've got that feedback in here from the studies?
No, the money, so we haven't started the parks.
I'm saying as a result of
Right.
that information coming, there could be capital improvement projects unbeknownst to this council that could be millions of dollars.
That could grow from those two processes.
Correct, right?
And now I'm with you.
Okay, so I think we just can't lose sight of that. We're waiting to see what comes about from that.
Do we have a lot of money in the Recreation Reserve Fund?
This is Candace's night. This is her dream come true.
The great first council meeting as finance director. I have that. Thank you. So, pull the right page up. So in the recreation fund at the end of 2022, we were projected at about 750,000.
That's it?
Yeah, that one, and we have some projects coming in this year, but then with some money coming in as well. So at the end of this year, we're looking at like 735. So that one, that's not quite as healthy as our general fund reserves.
I thought we had like 900,000 to buy that land across from Field of Dreams. What happened to that?
Well, we did use some money. You guys did budget and use money for playground equipment replacement.
That's pennies compared to that, but okay. I thought that money was in the budget.
Be a lot of pennies.
Yeah, that's 120, was 110, 120,000 playground.
The mayor is referring to, was that part of that reserve for the recreation thing, or was that coming out of the general?
I'll have to go back and look, but
That was a couple.
everything that we did spend some money this year on some parks improvements, and that money comes out of that fund. So that's something that the council had in the budget.
Let's continue then.
So those are the items. Those are the big picture new items that we put in out into the future. And again, happy to either do one-on-ones and talk about specific items that council feels passionate about, or discuss at the next reading. Again, this isn't a document that locks us in stone. This is a planning document that's necessary to kind of get the ball rolling as we get into the true 23-24 budget.
Do we need a motion to accept this?
Motion to accept the first reading of the CIP.
Ms. Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to accept the first reading of ordinance 2023-01, updating the city's 5-year capital improvement plan.
Deputy Mayor,
Second.
any discussion?
We need to have the city attorney read that ordinance in title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is ordinance number 2023-01, an ordinance of the City of West Melbourne, Brevard County, Florida, adopting the annual update to the capital improvements element of the comprehensive plan consistent with Chapter 163 Florida statutes, providing for the repeal of ordinances and resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for severability and interpretation, and providing an effective date.
Thank you for reading that. Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next action item is for this year that we're in, sanitary lifts station rehab project.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. This is our annual rehabilitation for lift stations. We have 2 lift stations that we put out for bid this year. One's the Barnett Bank and one's the Henry Ave lift station. So we sent it out on Demand Star. We received 2 proposals in, as you could see. Danish Utilities was one proposal, and Interland Group was the second proposal, which was about $3,000 cheaper. So as you could see, going with Interland Group would be for the bid for the $320,775, and we would also ask for $84,610 for the pumps and the material that we purchase for the rehabs themselves. So it's my recommendation that we approve the award contract to Interland Group for the amount of $327,775 for the rehab of the 2 lift stations, and an expenditure of $84,610 to Barney's Pumps for the total cost of the project of $405,385.
Thank you. Councilmember Adams?
I had questions, so I thought you might want that after your motion.
Okay, you don't want to make a motion.
Ask my question. Do we know, in terms of the 2 quotes, I was trying to go through them and see where, I mean, it's a slight price difference, but do we know why? I couldn't find a significant difference between the 2.
No, it's just they both were on hand. We did have a walkthrough. It's a mandatory thing that we do for them to come out and see the lift stations, so whatever their labor cost and what little materials that they supply, that's the bid price.
And what'll be the lifespan when we rehabilitate these 2? What'll be the lifespan for those before they come back before council?
5 to 7 years.
Jeez.
The more they're used, the less they life. 3 major stations.
Okay. Thank you.
Brian from Councilman Ditmore, who might not have picked that up, Brian from Jacobs just said approximately 5 to 7 years is what that'll get those units.
Thank you.
Is there anything in either of your opinions that we should be investing in to expand that life, or is that about usual for the industry?
It's the industry usual, because what it is the gases and everything else that the lift stations produce. Again, like what Brian mentioned, the bigger lift stations just carry more material, more gases, and you were just trying to protect them so everything doesn't rot away and fall away with them. So as you can know, the big one here out Henry goes to the second one on Henry before going to the plant. So they do take a lot of flows. The ones outside that are smaller stations that don't get a lot of use, they will last longer than the 5 to 7 years.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
But you have to maintain them as well, especially electronics and all that, those things, because for a while there, that wasn't noted with the previous company.
That's part of the reason I was looking. I'll make a motion to approve and award the contract to Hinderland Group in the amount of $320,775 for the rehab of the 2 lift stations, as well as the expenditure of $84,610 to Barney's Pumps for the total project cost of $405,385.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley.
Second with a question.
You're up.
Thank you. Have we used this vendor before?
Actually, they did our force main right out here.
Good deal. Thank you.
Is the reason the city's buying some of this material is because the costs were too high for them to do that?
We buy the pumps because we want to make sure all the pumps are the same. So we do have spare pumps. So if a pump goes down, we're replacing it with the same instead of letting them order a different manufacturer, a different pump. So that's why we use Barney's Pumps for all our lift stations.
You couldn't put that in the specs. Do you have to use Barney's Pumps?
Well, that's why we have them come on site and do a visual so they know what they're using, what we're going to give them. So they know that prior to them making the bid.
All right.
Don't we pay tax if they buy it?
Yes, they pay.
So it saves us
Right,
money.
they would charge us probably a little bit more also.
Yeah, it saves us money to buy a 100K part.
We could do that with every project, but it's a lot different.
Yeah.
Okay, motion is second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item D.
Uh-oh.
Feedback.
Item D is for the resolution number 2023-01. That's what we do with the apartments. We have a resolution that Brevard County 911 asks you all to approve so that they can go ahead and do the address assignment on their maps. So if you all could entertain that, I could certainly go into details, but it's no different than we do for any of the other apartments.
Nope, I think that's clear. All right. Deputy Mayor Frampus.
Can I just say that there are horrible names for roads?
Well, I like Beck, Rennell, and
That's the only one. So,
Make those.
there's no options, and I'm guessing the developer was happier with the.
The developer was happy with it. They went through like 3 or 4 sets of names.
Okay, so they did go through several.
They did. The ones that they wanted were already taken. And so, yes, they lack some creativity in coming up with names, but these were ones that were not taken.
Okay, I'll make a motion. We accept the 2023-01 resolution as written.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Ms. Young, second. Motion is second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Oppose?
Aye.
Was that you, John? Okay, I think he said aye. All right, motion passes 7-0. And our last action item is statutory pension for city council members.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Resolution 2023-02, and the purpose of the resolution is to direct the city manager to budget money for council member pensions in accordance with a state statute that requires the city to pay pensions to any members that retire with 20 years of service, as long as they only have one break of service for no more than 6 months. Currently, we don't have any members that have reached that milestone, and so we haven't really had to deal with this statute. As you probably are all aware, the mayor has reached that point, and we obviously don't know his plans, and but we need to budget as if he could start collecting, within the next fiscal year. And if he doesn't, the city manager will obviously have to find other purposes for that money. But this is for the purpose of planning the council member benefits, now that we're going to have at least one member that qualifies, and perhaps more within the next few years. And so this has been something that hasn't been in the budget in the past, and we're asking you to include it and to direct the manager to include it. It's also an educational piece for you all to be aware that there is a statute. The statute pre-exists the city by about 20 or so years, I believe, and I don't think most people are aware of it, even in local government, that if you reach 20 years, you have a mandated pension according to Florida law. This pension is an existing pension since it predated the charter amendment, so the charter amendment doesn't apply because it was existing, even though nobody has taken advantage of it so far. Furthermore, it's a state statute, so the state statute overrides our city council or city charter when they conflict. So there are no charter issues with it. This is something that for those of you who are on the council may think about as you're planning for your own futures, if you plan to reach the 20 years or not. The details essentially provide that you get 50% of whatever amount that you retire at. So, I put the information in the memo as far as what the current amounts are, but as that increases, so will the amount that the manager needs a budget for, and he'll need to take that into account. And so if there are any questions, I'm happy to field them or discussion, but that's the resolution as it currently stands.
Thank you. Mr. Frampus, followed by Mr. Ditmore. See his hands up.
So I heard about this statute from before I got on council, and I'm surprised that council hasn't acted on it yet. And the first line of the statute says the intent of the legislation is to authorize and direct each city and town to provide a system of retirement for elected officials. We haven't done that. But it is further the intent that each city and town may determine whether the system will be contributory or non-contributory. I fully agree that we need to get in line with the statute, but we also need to get in line with creating a system just like we do for our employees, just like the police department has. We need to have a system in place. It further goes down in the statute that says that you're allowed, an elected officer had, if an elected official at least completes 10 years of the 20-year term, that the city can provide some. So we need to, as a council, create a system for this. We need to get in line with the statute. We shouldn't just say, oh, well, we don't have anything planned. We know about this, and we haven't planned that out yet. So I'm in favor of setting up a system and getting with council, having the city manager come up with a plan. I really believe that we should be fair to our employees, and our system should be contributory for us, and we should, chip in just like we expect everybody else to. And I think that should be part of the system. I think we should mirror a lot of what FRS is and how much they contribute and all that. And we should come up with a plan. That's our job, to come up with a plan. That's what legislature wants us to do. They want us to come up with a system. They said it right in their document. And if anybody hasn't read, 112.048 yet, you really should, because that is the statute, and we really should come up with a plan.
And to that point, the statute directs the city to create a pension system, and then it creates this as the fallback position, which is what we're in if we don't create one. So, the statute certainly envisions the cities creating their own system, but then it doesn't let you get out of providing a pension by not creating your own. That's where we are, is we have the fallback, which is the 50% no contribution from members, and it's just the straight 50% regardless how long you serve, 20 years, 40 years. Obviously, you have to meet at least 50% or at least 20 years. However, as Councilmember Frampus noted, you could reduce that to 10 if you wanted, but you have to do that through ordinance. And so, again, the purpose of this resolution is to direct the city manager, but it's also to spur a discussion of, what you all would like to do going forward, and if you would like any changes to this.
Well, any system we put in place, we would have to do by ordinance, right? Or do the default?
The default doesn't need to be done by ordinance, and simply joining FRS wouldn't require an ordinance. It would be done by resolution. But if we create our own system,
I suggest we join FRS. I suggested we mirror FRS.
Understood. I'm just.
I think before when this was talked about, and I'm not exactly sure on the details. Maybe Mr. Ditmore remembers or something, but there was some issues with joining FRS and whether they would even accept the time accrued in the position already or not, which I'm suggesting we do include that time. So.
Yeah, and we haven't gone down this road to research it. It may be that FRS would require a significant upfront cost to buy into what they've already done. And if that's the direction of the council that you'd like us to look into that, we certainly could. But
we did that with our general employees. They used to not be FRS, but now they are. Mr. Ditmore, you had your hand up.
John?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. All right. So, I brought this up a couple of years ago. I talked to the previous city manager about this. And my concerns were that this is an unfunded mandate by the state. I don't feel it's fair to the taxpayers, even though it's a small amount of money. But when it comes down to it, right now, we don't contribute to this. And in all fairness, the mayor's going to collect a pension from the city that's going to be 100% funded by the taxpayers, with no contributions whatsoever on his part. That's not his fault. That's just the way the statute reads. Statutes and pension systems, and I'm familiar with them. And I know Mr. Frampus is, because we both come from jobs that have pension systems and actuaries, and we understand how these things work. So right now, this is a 2.5% multiplier is what the state has mandated. So a 2.5% multiplier up to 20 years gives you the 50%. We could go into FRS, or we could create some whatever that we have. The other portion of this is most pension systems require an average of 3 years or 5 years. Now, granted, it's pennies, it's not a lot of money, but 5 years is the general rule down here in Florida as an average. Now, if you were to average the mayor's pension at 5 years of wages, it would be probably significantly less than it would be if it were for this it's basically your last paycheck. What are you making on the day that you walked out the door? You're going to get 50% of that. Well, to me, I look at that and think that's outside the norm. And it probably is so because of this being a very ancient written state statute. Again, another unfunded mandate. I believe we should research this. We did look at some of this. The cost to FRS is a 3 or 4% buy-in by council members. The initial cost, in my recollection, is 10 or 11% for the city, but that eventually elevates, it's my understanding, to 47%. Okay, and maybe even higher. And Mr. Rohde might have the more current numbers to what it
57%.
goes to. But elected officials then get a 3% multiplier, which is higher than what the state has. I'd be for anything other than having the taxpayers pay the full amount without us, contributing towards it. And for us to do that, we have to create our own separate ordinance, or as the city attorney says, a resolution, which would put us into FRS. Either way, it's broken the way it is, and we really need to address it, because I don't really think we should burden the taxpayers 100% for these pension systems, because it's unfunded by the state. Thank you.
And I'll just pipe in too. So obviously I've been in this a long time and seen a lot of things in the city. We have probably 5 different pensions right now with the city. We have a couple different pensions for the police department, different levels over there. We have some old employees with the city that didn't want to go with FRS that the city pays for, like Keith Mills had a city one, and there's still a couple more that have that. We have the city manager, they're usually in a different one, not always on FRS. Are you FRS or no? Yeah, this one is, but a lot of times they're not. And then the council one. So when I brought this to the city attorney, as Deputy Mayor said, the 20 years, 50% is 2.5% a year. State statute on elected officials for FRS is 3%. I'm not proposing that. For police, fire, first responders, it's 3%. For city managers, city attorneys, it's 2% multiplier, and teachers, that we used to get 1.6% a year. So if you had 10 years, it's 16%, if you do the math that way. Also, some of our pensions we have at the city, like the police, they're level ones or what you call them, they have a 2% COLA built in. As you can see this one, if you got the money today and 20 years from now, you get the same amount. That doesn't really help with inflation. So we gave the police the 2%. Obviously, FRS gives a 3%, and I think when I retired as a teacher, it was 2.65%. Every year you get that as your COLA. Also, I proposed to the city attorney that would be vested in 10 years. And any year you use, that's fine. I mean, FRS is 8 years. Police department, I don't know. You get full at 10 years, I think, and then incremental after that. Also, I thought FRS and the police and our other pensions for the city as beneficiary options, and also $10 a year to help pay for your insurance. They don't. None of these give insurance, but they give that towards your service. So I'm just saying those are kind of a mixture. And also in all these, whether it's FRS or city or whatever, you have to apply for that. It's just not automatic. So those are just some of the things, if you had a hybrid plan that I hear you talking about, that kind of makes sense. So.
Well, you have to apply for the statute as well.
Yeah, well, once it's a statute. I mean, yeah, you have to apply for that. Pension of any of these or not, but talking to a lot of different cities, Rockledge changed their 20-year plan. I know people from different cities that obviously get different things. Mr. McDowell?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I would like to acknowledge that any public servant that has given 20 years, I mean, hopefully we're going to do the right thing and do as much for that person in that service, because I think they should be applauded for that. I have no intentions of making 20 years, so that's not going to happen. So, but I support, and I think it's important we take a look at this. Why wouldn't we look and survey the land and do a comp review of what our other cities are doing? Because it just was brought up to me about a month ago. I had no clue there was a pension involved. It didn't seem like it was logical that you have a pension for elected officials. But I heard someone say, well, you got to run again because it's a 5-year deal. And I'm like, a 5-year deal of what? So I do think that we should survey the land, at least comparable cities, to kind of get a feel for what is everybody else doing. And I would support definitely doing something that is more comprehensive.
I could just tell you off the top of my head, I know that City of Melbourne gets FRS, they get medical retirement and all that stuff. Same as Palm Bay. I think Cocoa does. And other cities just do different increments. A lot of them don't have pensions. Some of them don't have salaries for any of that. So we're not talking salaries, obviously, and all that. But that's what I know.
Palm Bay have this pension stuff?
They have FRS, yes.
For city council.
For city council, yes, for elected officials. And also, I know Palm Bay used to not, they had their own private one, and then they bought everybody. If you join FRS, which I agree I wouldn't want to do because it costs so much, and that just goes to the state kind of thing, that they bought Palm Bay's when Mayor Miotti, John Mazziotti was there. They bought everybody's in, and all the back pay and thousands of $1,000. I don't think that's a good deal for the city. And as far as FRS, just a background, as a teacher, everybody used to not pay anything for FRS. You got your pension. But when Governor Scott, I think it was the second term, started charging us, and I agree, 3% every paycheck would go towards your pension. So that's the background I know. Anyone else? Any thoughts?
I was just going to comment, but the pension is not an incentive to retire, is it?
Get less money, yeah. I mean, I'm okay way I'm at right now, but this is for the good of the group. But yes, it does affect me too. Mr. Francis?
So can we agree to move forward with the resolution, but also agree to come up with a plan for creating a system which would best fit our city and, what we could all agree on to have a plan in the future, similar to, the legislation encourages us to have a plan, and we probably should. Other cities have a plan, and we're the fourth largest city in Brevard, and we probably should get in line.
Yeah, approving the resolution tonight wouldn't foreclose you from moving ahead with our own plan. So I recommend approval regardless of what you want to look at doing in the future. If you want to look at either joining FRS or creating our own system by ordinance, passing the resolution tonight is still a necessary step because the city manager needs to start planning for it regardless.
So, I'm sorry, we got another hand up. Mr. McDitmore?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I just have a question for you. When you started on council back in around 2000,
1800.
What was your annual salary back then? Do you remember?
Yeah, I think, I don't remember exactly. I think it was $100 or $200 a month, and then maybe equal $100 or $200 for travel and expenses and computers and that we had at home. We didn't really have computers then, but for those for paper and pencil. No. Typewriter. Yeah.
So I think for purposes, so make it easy for everyone, that if the city had been in FRS back when you got started, it would have been much cheaper for the city going forward with FRS making the payments to you because you bought in at that percentage when you were making $100 or $200 a month versus us paying the full ticket based on what you make today. And then if we would just bought into that, we would be done. The city would be done on the day you retire, and that would be the end of it. And FRS would be making the payments to you. And it would be based upon your multipliers for all those years with your highest 5 years. So the way it's set up right now, it's cost the city. It will cost the city more money had we just had it in FRS and let FRS make the payments. That's the difference. It's, to me, if you look at over the years, when you're making $100 a month, it's different than now because I think the mayor's salary is close to $1,000 a month. I could be wrong, but I think it's close to that right now.
Yeah.
So you're making about
900 or something.
Back into.
I don't know. My wife does that. I don't know what I make.
It's close. It's 900 and something.
It's what's that? No, he got a raise. He got a raise to
$967.50. It says here. I'll tell my wife that.
So
it's $967.
The CPI kicks in the raise. So, but it'll be over that, and it's based upon his salary plus whatever the CPI is. He's going to be getting that. So, if he were to leave in a couple of weeks when the city manager calculates what it's going to be, he would get that 50% or whatever that number is. So the point is, it's cheaper if the state pays it when we're not paying it. I hope that makes sense to everyone, because at the end of the day, you buy into it at a lower number over a period of years. And then, because if he lives another 20 years after this, it's going to cost the city a lot more money for you to pay into it over 20 years. A lot more money for the city. So I don't think anyone can argue that point. But anyways, I just wanted to bring that up. Thanks.
Mr. Bentley?
Yeah, it's $500 a month, pretty much know how you look at it, for life, without any COLAs and stuff like that in there. So, I just don't think we're talking about that much money. I did talk, I think, a little bit with the attorney on this, and I thought you said if we do anything other than what's in tonight's motion, then it has to go before the voters. Now, I don't know I agreed with that, but I think that's what you told me.
That was my preliminary thoughts on the matter. I've been thinking about it a little more and looking into it a little more, and I think it's possible, since this is a statutory mandate, that overrides the charter. But I will need to do further research to determine whether it would require a referendum or not.
So if we came up, conceivably, if we came up with some plan, as Mr. Frampus is suggesting, that's not something that necessarily would go to the voters. Is that true? We got to look
Possibly,
into it.
yeah. I don't want to commit either way right now.
Earlier with me this week that no, anything that's other than this, you got to go. And I just didn't agree with that. But
yeah, I've done a little more thinking about it and looking into it. But
I'd like to know the details.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know anything right now. I mean, certainly, I'm fine with what your mission statement is. We just want you to say budget for the mayors right now. I'm fine with that. I think we have to do that. But I'd like to get the details about anything else, personally. Whether you start, at Harris, I think after 7 years, you were vested in the program, or 3 years. You were vested. I don't know. I'd like to just know, what do you guys suggest? And what are the other cities doing? I think they made a good idea when he said, here's what Palm Bay is doing, here's what Melbourne, other cities. I'd like to know what's going on out there and where do we fit in, or do we fit in? But I don't have any information on it right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. McDowell?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution number 2023-02, directing the city manager to budget for pensions for city council members and take other appropriate administrative actions.
Do we have a second? Second from Deputy Mayor.
I'll second that with a comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There was a button, but it's fine. He's cool.
I'll let you speak. We have the motion is from McDowell, second from Mr. Frampus. Ms. Adams, you had some comments.
I did, thank you. One thing I just wanted to bring up listening to this discussion is keeping in mind we are setting a policy that mirrors statute for this circumstance, also looking at a system moving forward in the future. That system will apply to whoever is serving council. So respectfully, while we're thinking of the mayor, and you're great and everyone loves you, it's something to keep in mind that we're talking about the role of city council, not necessarily who's in that seat currently. So I know sometimes when pensions and retirements and all of those things are discussed, it can be hard to separate people from positions. So I just thought it was worth bringing up.
Yeah, thank you for that, because what we're passing tonight is state statute. What I was glad that y'all are bringing us to what really needs to be said is for the rest of the council. I have my part of the pie either way.
For future councils.
Yeah, for future council. So, and for the present council if they retire or whatever reason. So, it's just a policy.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Ditmore, you're up.
Just a quick comment. I realize I want to follow up on what Mr. Bentley said about the $500 a month. If the mayor is out, if the mayor retires and he stays retired for 20 years, which is very possible, the taxpayers in this community will pay $120,000 into his pension.
Right.
That is a very significant amount of money that we could have passed on to the state to pay. So I think that's significant. $120,000, $500 a month, $6,000 a year times 20 years. That's $120,000 is what it's going to cost. So that's the point I just wanted to make. Thanks.
I understand your point. I'm sensitive to it and understand it. But I also look at the man served 20. I understand your point, and I understand pushing off on the state how that would work. But at the same time, I see the guy has served 20 plus years to our city, and our city has benefited, I think, greatly from his service. So if I have to pay $500 a month for his life, I think he's earned it personally. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm not trying to detract from that. I'm just making a point that he could still get that. It just would be paid by the state rather than our taxpayers. That's all. I mean, it's economics. I just think it's cheaper for us to run it through the state at the end of the day. So that's all.
But like they said, 47 or 57% to join FRS and then pay all the back things is going to be prohibitive. But again, this is not about me. I mean, you're on the hook for the 500 either way, just because the state said so. But again, I don't think it's right for the rest of council if you had 10 years, 14 years, 18 years, 19 years not to get a pension. It doesn't seem right. In fact, just a little story that some of you may know. Last term when I was elected, it would have been, the end of the term would have been 20 years. However, just do easy math, 5 terms times 4 years, most of you would think would be 20 years. The state statute, what happened was when we approved the sworn election, I was 3 days short of 20 years. So if I wouldn't have won the election, if somebody ran against me, I was 3 days short, I would have not had my 20 years. And that is wrong in my opinion. It's just wrong. It just, 1 year, just November 10th, we swear people in, and next year it's just November 14th, whatever difference, you lose the whole thing. So anyway, it all works out. It's all good, but I'm just trying to look ahead for all of us.
We should have a system in place.
Yeah, that we should have a system in place. And Deputy Mayor, I'm glad that you the state statute, I hadn't read it that close. I just knew 20 years and just kind of thing. So
We have a motion.
So I know we have the motion in a second, but where are we going with the rest of this?
Well, can we vote on?
Okay, well, let's vote on the.
I thought the motion was and had an and in it. The other.
No, let's get this and then we'll.
Let's just, okay. The motion and second is just to have a resolution to do what the state says to do. So all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carries 7-0.
Well,
Mr.
couldn't part of the other appropriate administrative actions be that? I mean,
that's why the and was there.
Mr. City Manager
Our attorney.
or Attorney?
Did say that.
I mean, or was that not the intent?
I am more than happy to look into some other options as long as there's some clear direction. That's the only thing that I would be looking for.
Clear direction.
Okay, I would.
I support it.
We want you. I think everybody. You got more than 4 votes to say look into it for us.
So you want to know what
it looks? I don't know what it looks like until I get some feedback of what everybody else is doing.
Or
A comparative
system of
study.
Retirement.
I guess my thing is, what do we want? And then we can refine that. So I would say our own pension plan that the city controls without going through FRS. I mean, if you want to go through FRS, that's fine. It's going to cost a lot of money for everybody.
I'd like to know the options. What it would cost us if we went with FRS, or should we do our own? I think
That mirrors it, yeah.
I would like to mirror what we do for our own employees, so we're consistent with what we're doing for our staff. I don't think we should get any more or any less. I think it should be consistent.
Would you have a?
And we agree with the 20-year benchmark?
No, I don't.
Well, the statute says right in the statute that after 10 years, they're eligible if the system allows for that. I mean, it says it right in the statute. So you got to take that in consideration.
I don't agree with it because of the comment that the mayor made. He could have lost this based on one day, theoretically. He could have. Had he not run again, And in fact, I think in that situation, they actually did the swearing in a week late so that you
We
would
wanted
be
to make
covered.
sure the votes were in and certified before we did that. No.
So, I mean, I don't want someone to get nothing because they only served 18 years personally.
There should be some kind of tenure set up.
Why can't it be the same as
Does it say?
FRS, 8 years? Or 10, whatever number you want, it doesn't matter to me. But.
I think we're putting the cart before the horse. Why can't we just see what the comparable studies show, what the other cities show, and then make a decision? I think we're just keep.
I understand, but I think the city manager said he wanted more detail than that. Maybe not. Maybe I misunderstood.
What would you put in ours, I guess is the question I would have.
Yeah, I'm looking for some direction so that in the following week, 7 people don't strongly suggest this is what it's going to look like. Because we do, there's lots of things going on.
Can we compare what the other cities have, and you come back with us the comparison, and also a comparison of what FRS?
I don't know of any city that does private for their
But we could still
local.
mirror what they have and do it ourselves. Whatever they have, we can mirror it, or maybe go with FRS. I mean, we don't make a whole lot of money, so payback might not be as much as we think. I don't know.
Staff has been given clear direction and will present something at a future meeting.
All right, thank you.
And also your recommendation if we do our own, Mr. City Manager?
Staff's been given direction.
Okay, clear. All right, that was easy. Management reports. Special Populations Coordinator. Oh, I didn't recognize our Special Populations Coordinator.
And I've got mine too. I've got the America's Best Value.
We can have.
Mayor, while Assistant Manager Tom Bradford is loading the study, do you want to entertain a motion to extend past 10:30?
Yes. Ms. Adams, you have your light on.
Yes, because I anticipated we were going to run past 10:30, so I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Second?
I'll second the comment.
Okay, third, good.
Can we limit
Yeah.
to how long that's going to be?
Let's go through these quickly then.
So the answer is no, we can't limit?
We can, and then we can extend it after that. Okay, we have a motion and a second to extend the meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 7-0, it's all yours.
Thank you. So I'll try to make it quick. I provided a staff report that provides some detail on how we got to where we are. Also put together a presentation that'll walk us through kind of a summary of that. So back in June, early June, staff brought a recommendation to reclassify or exchange a position, recreation supervisor position, for a Coordinator 1 Special Populations. And the idea was that it would change the focus slightly for an existing position to have more dedicated time and focus on not just the Field of Dreams, but also special populations and what we can do to increase activities and events for special populations. So we received approval. While we received approval, there was also a request to bring back a report after 6 months, and so that's what this is. What you'll see is we posted the position. We first considered existing candidates. We had already posted the recreation supervisor position that had remained vacant for a number of months due to a number of circumstances, and so we considered existing applicants for that position to see if any of them would be a good fit. Ultimately decided to repost the position with the new classification and job description, and conducted interviews, ultimately found a fantastic candidate, Ivy Gonzalez, who was offered the position. She accepted. Couldn't be happier with what she's been able to do in the short time she's been here. She's not been here the full 6 months. You can tell she needed several weeks' notice. She was in a supervisory position in her old job and needed a little bit longer time to be able to help transition them when she was leaving. And so she didn't start until later August. And so you can see there in the timeline, after several weeks, then we start bringing in some additional activities. It takes a little time for anyone to get up and running in a new position, especially one where you're kind of on your own out at the park and the rest of your team is in this facility much of the time. And one thing we tried to do through this transition is create an environment out there where they could work together collaboratively. So while traditionally our other coordinator, her primary office was here, we redesigned the office space to create a nice office area for two folks to operate together at the Field of Dreams Park. And so cleaned that all up, repainted it, put a couple of new desks in, created an environment where they could work together, which has worked out really well. So our existing coordinator for recreation works some of the time out of this facility and some of the time out of the Field of Dreams, depending on what's going on. Ivy hit the ground running. She started trying to call upon some contacts she already had in the county. She started trying to raise awareness with the assistance of our other coordinator, as I mentioned. You can see as we progress through the end of the year, we start picking up more events and some larger events with hundreds of participants. Some new events, some existing contacts. So in addition to reaching out to existing contacts and trying to get them interested in bringing some events back to the park, we also are trying to find some new and exciting, different offerings that we could bring to the park. And so Ivy has a great energy and passion for helping people, and we really think that we've got a good fit with her in that position. We've got a good team coming together to try to bring back more programming and activities at the park and for special populations and the recreation program in general. So while many of those events are in the dark blue, those are events that occurred at the Field of Dreams. There are several that are in green. Those are events that Ivy had helped out with, the Special Populations Coordinator. She helped out with a number of several events that the city had that weren't specifically at the Field of Dreams. So while her primary focus is the Field of Dreams and special populations, she also is part of the greater recreation department team. And so they come together whether we need some additional assistance on something the city's putting together specifically at the VMC or at the community park, or likewise the other direction, if we're putting on something larger or need some additional assistance at the Field of Dreams, other resources come in and help out with those things as well. So it's not that she's on her own out there. We're trying to really provide a good team atmosphere where we can work together and be successful in a variety of areas. Although, again, her primary office and primary focus is the Field of Dreams location with a focus on the special populations. So what we tried to do, and this was a little more challenging than I had thought it would be initially, to try to get a comparison of what we'd done in the past versus what we're doing now. And the reason being, right now a lot of the coordination is done through a shared calendaring system that we have, but it's not really designed for stats. It's the way the system that they have set up right now works is they're putting these on. Everybody in the department can see where these programs and events and activities are going to be hosted, when they are, and they're color coded, so it's easy to identify which areas are being used for which particular events. What it doesn't really make easy is a comparison like this. And so what I had done, pulled together the information out of the calendar, put that into a spreadsheet, sorted and filtered, recategorized those events to try to identify and get a fair comparison about the types of activities and quantity of activities that had been occurring. And so this is what we had come up with here. We took an average between 2019 and 2021. I know COVID was in there, and we also had COVID testing site at the park. And oddly enough, the 6 months that it was in operation, it was 3 months in 2021 and 3 months in 2022, roughly. So it kind of split evenly across our comparison. So that probably didn't have a significant impact on these numbers. But one thing that would have an impact is that recreation supervisor position remained unfilled for a number of months, and so there wasn't as much focus going on there. So as you can see by the numbers, pavilion rentals down a little bit. The park and field rentals and events are up. Field trips and field days are up. We see a lot of those right now. And then we've introduced a couple of additional holiday events this year that we hadn't had in the past. One thing to note on the pavilion rentals is these pavilion rentals do not include a couple of the covered pavilions that are in the playground area, and those get frequent use. So there are constantly people coming in and out using those. Those are not booked. Those are just kind of first come, first served basis for those, and so those are not included in those numbers. And so this was really just to try to gauge a comparison as best we could on across the couple of years.
Tom, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When we asked for the evaluation in 6 months, it was pretty specific to the position and what they were going to bring to the Field of Dreams and the community. What specifically is she going to target or bring to the that community? And I mean, knowing the rentals are down and stuff, that's not something she's going to affect. And I was just curious of how she was doing in her job and what kind of special needs kind of activities she was going to bring to the position. I was just
sure. Well, and again, she's been here 4 months maybe, and so still looking at past events, trying to build on successes there, but also coming up with new ideas and creative ideas and trying to raise awareness, reach out to maybe some groups that we hadn't talked to in the past, drive some additional interest there. And so I don't know that there's a specific, one fixed thing that we're targeting. It's really raising awareness, letting people know what kind of amenities are at the park, and seeing if we can come up with events with them and provide them the space and help them create a successful event at the park, attract that attention. So we don't necessarily have a specific, these 3 things are the things we're looking for. It's really getting awareness out about what the park has to offer and inviting people to come use that space.
So we had a meeting here where a special needs person was here, and they had some ideas about a softball game with special needs individuals, and did we take that and run with it, or is anything? Did we reach out to that gentleman and try to get anything together or pass that information on to this coordinator to run with it and develop that program? Maybe
I don't specifically recall the softball event. If do you recall when that was? I'm sorry, I don't recall the softball idea. But I mean, we'd certainly be open to it, and if they're interested in it, we'd be more than happy to.
Spoke at the mic and
Special needs guy.
yeah, I forget his name, Tony, but he had mentioned something about having something put together, and maybe Miss Adams remembers better than I do. But I'm just wondering if that's the kind of stuff I'm seeing that we need to filter towards this coordinator and have her run with it. And he is part of that community, and he was willing to donate his time and his energy and stuff like that. And I think we need to take that and use it as a multiplier and
I don't disagree.
So
yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And
that's
if we have and he did have a field day earlier in the year that was a very successful event. Anytime that he or anyone else wants to do something like that, we're all for it. I mean, we would love to block off and schedule the park.
Made suggestions, so I'm wondering if we went to him after the meeting and
He was looking specifically for some sort of league, either offered through the city or coordinated, where you got people regularly coming out using that field space. And I believe, from what Mr. Bradford had said, based on that conversation, the city currently does not have a league because we don't have coaches or something like that. So that's...
we should.
Maybe we should. I'm just saying that's where that conversation had gone, because he was interested in something that regularly came out to the park rather than one-day events.
Well, and I can say too, as one, there are some challenges with getting, setting those up and getting people to come to those events. A couple of the challenges that we've heard about are enough chaperones for special populations groups sometimes is a challenge to get enough chaperones to be there to assist. And transportation can also be a big challenge, getting bus drivers. And so as we've talked to some of them, we've heard of some of these challenges. We're going to continue working to try to drive interest and get more groups out there. But there are also some challenges that we're dealing with too, trying to create more activity there.
If I can add to that, a friend of mine I used to teach with, he was a softball coach, and now he's legally blind. He called here and wanted to know if we had a league for blind players. He wanted to help coach it, and whoever he spoke to here said the fields are in too bad a shape. It'd be a hazard to play. So, and we don't have a league, so I don't.
Well, I can say that some of the fields do need attention, and so as part of this, I'll get to in a future slide, but we, as part of our capital improvement, the 5-year CIP that you just looked at this evening, there is a placeholder in there for some funding to replace the baseball sport court surface. We also have some funding in this fiscal year, to do not a full replacement, but sort of a repair and a resurface, but not a replacement of like the soccer area and some playground area. So we're constantly trying to maintain that, but at some point you need to replace the whole field. And so we did put a placeholder in to try to replace a larger, the ball, one of the larger ball fields, the baseball
Just
field.
one last question. Piggyback on Deputy Mayor, I mean, one of the things we talk about is team sports because we have the baseball, we had basketball before, we have soccer. And if we're not going to have any coaches, are we looking at a different way to use this field, or just rent them out to people who want to pull a team together as opposed to the city doing it? What's our objective there?
So we haven't traditionally operated kind of like what the county does, where they run larger leagues and events like that, where they're running soccer for the county, countywide soccer. We haven't traditionally done that. Now, if that's something we want to investigate and look into, I don't know how many coaches and people we would need to support an operation doing that.
Have we ever looked into it?
To my knowledge, we've not. The model that we've gone with, and again, we've had the Field of Dreams for several years as far as maintenance and operations. Before that, we had one baseball field and so we didn't have. We typically
good, but we can also use other recreation areas for these things as well. We have a baseball. We just redid that off of over there at Wickham Park. That field could also be used. I mean, we put clay down or redid that surface, and
much nicer.
they could still use that. It doesn't have to happen at the Field of Dreams if we had a league or if we even looked into it. And I think we need to do, if we're going to do more, these are the areas we have to do more in. Like the mayor said, the person that called was blown off, basically. And it wasn't forwarded to this coordinator who she could jot his name down. Hey, this individual's willing to give his time. It wasn't done that. It was just a blow off, and we really need to get away from that.
Also, I know there's a Field of Dreams kind of place in New York, and I know the person that it's named after, and they just dedicate one night, a week or so, or I don't know how often, but everybody come on Friday nights, and we'll have baseball for the special needs, and give them popcorn or whatever you do, hot dogs, and just open to the public. So that's an easy kind of league to run, I would think, as opposed to what you're saying every Thursday.
Sort of like a pickup game kind of a thing once a week.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, so not to say no great ideas. Traditionally we had partnered with instructors and things for spaces here, and but yeah, we certainly can look into what options might be there for pickup games, that kind of thing. So we were talking a little bit about the outreach. So one of the first things that Ivy had done when she arrived was to put together a short presentation that she could send out to area groups and organizations. And so she had done research on those in the area. I think we have about 20 of them listed here on the screen that she'd sent this out to and reached out to and just tried to make contacts and get the word out that the park is there and available and you know, what types of features are offered there. So, you know, we're trying to increase outreach and raise awareness about it. And, you know, we can come up with ideas, but if other people in the community that have these groups and organizations have their own ideas of how they would like to use the space, we're more than happy to try to help them have a successful event at the park.
Mr. Bradford, do we have this, I don't know, this outreach presentation on the Field of Dreams piece of the website for the city?
It's a good question. I don't know if it's up there or not. I'd have to check.
If it's not, I think it should be added.
Sure. That's easy. Yeah, no problem. So a couple of other things, you know, we'd like to get out in the community more, out to different events, out to different, whether it's parades or symposiums or conferences or trade shows that involve parks and special needs and that type of thing. And so, you know, Ivy started to do that. She's trying, you know, we're trying to come up with some new creative ideas to get information out and raise awareness and get interest in people coming to the park. So these are just a couple of examples of things that that she had done since starting. The Space Coast Daily, they did a walk around through the park, a video clip that you know, over time has generated over 30,000 views, which we think is fantastic. So some future programming ideas involve the Brevard County, a partnership with Brevard County Mobile Library. So a couple of programs they offer at story time at the park, more of a traditional story time, and then you also have the story walks at the park where they will set up different stations for people to move throughout the park to different reading stations. And then there'll be other arts and crafts and different pieces, different elements brought together for that as well. While the mobile library is there for either of these events, they'll offer opportunities for people to get the library cards and provide information about the Brevard County library system as well. So a couple of new ideas to bring people to the park. Also, I know dances had been brought up in the past, so we have a Valentine's dance scheduled. Also have an Easter egg hunt coming up, so a couple of additional holiday events that we're looking at. And another partnership that we were able to find is Sizer Sensory, so they're looking to do Sensory Saturdays. This is from a teacher who was in the school system and has come up with some creative learning approaches for special needs folks that with sensory that creative approaches to learning for special needs. And so she's now a stay-at-home mom, but wants to continue the outreach and continue helping in that way. And so we found that when she comes to the park and we help put together an event with her, she's bringing hundreds of people each time. So there's kind of a following in that group that's really been a positive thing for us.
I would suggest that if we need volunteers or somebody to help out, you said we had a problem with getting chaperones or...
Chaperones and transportation are a couple of areas that we've heard.
Maybe we add that to the newsletter or something, that we need the volunteers and maybe somebody in recreation they can contact if they want to volunteer or whatever. So, I mean, I know
sure,
I would volunteer on some of these things if need be. So
would everybody have to be fingerprinted before they can even volunteer?
We do typically do the background checks and fingerprinting for anyone who's going to volunteer for a recreation event. Yeah.
Let's make sure we have a process in place. And I like the idea of reaching out to the community and saying, we'd love to host these, continue them. How can you better support them? My other question would be events like these. I had seen them in the agenda packet, but I didn't see them necessarily shared a lot elsewhere. So I'm not sure where are residents other than the organizations that they may be connected to, such as, your sensory group, how are residents of West Melbourne and the greater communities finding out about these events? I know some of them you've mentioned before are private, where an organization comes in and wants to utilize the park. But what about those that are open to the public? How are we getting that word out?
Right. So right now, through the city's calendar on the website, through the Friday memo, flyers here at the VMC, people call. We provide information if they're here. We website and the calendar, the notify me's and that type of thing. So if you're signed up for those, you get notification. When they also are on the city's calendar, they get posted over on the city's Facebook page. So that happens automatically. So that if people are on Facebook and have liked the page, they should be getting updates just as if you were on Notify Me, but through the Facebook method.
Maybe if we had some kind of flyer method where we could send it out, and if a separate flyer is sent to me or somebody that I could repost somewhere on my community that has 3,000 people in there, that I could put it up there
Sure.
where I wouldn't necessarily go to the website and grab it off of there. If people that get the newsletter maybe have the flyer attached, that way we could.
Yeah, and one thing we're talking about is, we try to include it in the newsletter that goes out as well, different recreation, upcoming events and activities that are coming up. We also, at the recent Parks and Rec Advisory Board meeting, one idea that had come up was the possibility of having, we have a lot of the brochures for the different events that are here. We also have, if you're a paperless subscriber, paperless for your utility bill, we also have the ability to put in graphics and information and links at the bottom of that, and we've used that for, there's a newsletter link in there now. There's also the comp plan session. There's a notice for that in there as well. So one idea that we had was to potentially put together another one where there's a graphic and a link that will be embedded in the utility bill if you're an e-bill subscriber, that will take you out to the website and give you sort of a page full of all of these different events and activities that are coming up with the brochures, not just the text about what it is. But we have, if you were out in the lobby here and you look at the TV, it has the scrolling different graphics that are already put together. So one thing that we were talking about following that meeting was to create a page on the website where those are hosted and then link to it from the e-bills, and even have it, linked from the recreation pages of the website.
Could download. Yeah.
Sure. All right. So some future programming ideas. So in addition to increasing for special populations, we thought also senior programming could be a part of this as well. And so we actually have some interest from some area organizations, Aging Matters in Brevard, Meals on Wheels in Brevard, Inspiritas of West Melbourne, St. Francis Reflections, Amy Van Fossen, law offices, and AARP for a variety of different types of services that seniors may benefit from. Something else that I wanted to touch on is at your next council meeting, we do have some interest from Aging in Brevard who believe they can put together 5 days a week programming out of the park house. And one thing that they have operated, so they've been, for 20 years, they've been operating the Sunflower House. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Sunflower House. That is at the Merritt Island Square Mall. They have found that they're not reaching everyone that they would like to at that location, and they've created something called the Sunflower Seeds Program, where they're partnering with people throughout the county to try to get information out for those services. And they believe that the West Melbourne Park House is a great central Brevard location that they might be able to utilize and really benefit seniors and caregivers for seniors, to include things like medical equipment at no cost through partnerships with people like Health First and that type of thing. So some interesting ideas that we met with them. They came and took a look at the park house. They have interest in it. to the point where they'd like to come and talk at the next council meeting. So our first council meeting in February, we'll put something on the agenda where they can come explain the types of programming activities they'd like to do out of the park house. And so we're pretty excited about that. It would also include a Meals on Wheels element where it's seniors at lunch. And so it's not necessarily taking the meals to the seniors, but it's a place for them to come and gather and have lunch and potentially have speakers come in and talk to them about different things, that could benefit them and help them. So we're pretty excited about that. And so we'll have something, more information to come from Aging Matters, but they plan to be here at the next meeting to share some information about what they're looking to do.
So, yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's been my suggestion for a while now to turn this property over there to a 55 and older type community ran by the Parks Department. Why do we have to give it to one individual company? Why can't we take all this information you have on this page and receive information from them? I'm okay letting them use an office or something to do their portion, but we can get a lot more information and put out there for our elderly community. It's 20% of West Melbourne is over 65 years old. I mean, it's a good portion of what we have here. And if we develop that area and use the rec department to set up different programs and do all that, I just don't know why we keep on wanting to lease it out to a company or lease it out to, so they can do all Brevard. I'm interested in West Melbourne. I'm not interested in all Brevard. I want to take care of our elderly here and give programs to them and have them come volunteer and do all that stuff. I don't understand. I think we need to get out of the leasing business. I said this before. I think we need to set up, all three of the properties we have. We need to set a date and get done with that. And I think our rec department is over there. They're over there all the time. You got coordinators over there. There's no reason why we couldn't develop a 55 and older senior center over there. I just don't see any reason why we should let it just be to one individual company. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think, with Aging Matters, we were pretty excited about it because that's kind of their business. They've been doing it for 20 years. They've made contacts. They have connections. They do programming. They partner with area organizations, whether it's hospitals or various, different doctors. They'll have different doctors come in and do talks during lunch. And so, they have some of these elements that they can already draw and pull together.
Well,
and it doesn't.
Have an agenda, and they're coming in with an agenda to do all of Brevard County. I want to focus on West Melbourne, and I think we're losing that when we bring in somebody that wants to go all over the place instead of focusing in our own little community. We just need to worry about West Melbourne for right now. We have the property. We have staff in the rec department that can coordinate these things and provide recreation for our 20% of our residents that are here. So I just think they have an agenda, and we just need to stay away from that.
Also, Tom, if I can piggyback a little bit, I know we have this building here, the rec part that we bought. Most of the day, is it empty? All these offices? The
smaller offices. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
a couple of them were combined for a larger
right,
conference
but
room
the
area.
point is they're pretty much empty during the day and at night, but during the day. Also, I just want to make one comment. One of the places we belong to is a chamber to advertise things, whether it's a comprehensive plan, whether it's all these activities. They have websites. They'll put them on there. They have a lot of membership, Melbourne and Palm Bay especially. So they keep asking, why don't you guys put anything on there? Well, we belong to them, and they'll put them on. So
Okay.
Continue. And
all right, so just kind of next steps. We want to continue building on existing relationships with community members and groups and and try to also find new areas. I'd mentioned before, we're trying to find some contacts and connections we hadn't maybe reached in the past, and so we're trying to continue to do that. Continue focusing on special populations. Of course, that's why we converted this previous position into the new position, so that we can in writing show that's the focus. This is what the position description is, and it's a focus on special populations. Also increase senior programming service, as we just talked about. And then, as I mentioned earlier, planning for sport course surface replacement. It's a fantastic surface, but it's softer, and so it wears much quicker and needs to be repaired and replaced. So fortunately, Mr. Rohde was happy to put some money into the future budget to be able to plan to replace, some of the surfaces that do need to be replaced. And so we're happy about that. And then identifying budget for maybe some additional amenities at different parks. One thing specific to the Field of Dreams that had been tossed around at different meetings was some of these types of elements that you play at or play with, not play on. And so some of these sensory panels, they have a large, I'm sure you've all seen these at different parks, but they have all these different stations and things that we could identify some areas, maybe some of the grassy areas that are around the playground, that we could add some of these elements, that it's not necessarily tearing out a bunch of stuff that's there, but maybe just supplementing it with some additional amenities like this. Just one idea, lots of different creative things that we could do out there, but that's just one idea. So we want to continue to think about what else we could do. Obviously, part of the parks master planning process is exactly about that. That particular parks master planning process was really more about the other parks, because the Field of Dreams and Community Park had been master planned already. The master plan that we had put together for this budget year was looking at the other parks. So we've done a lot at the Community Park and the Field of Dreams Park. So what else are we missing? What other elements would the community like to see in their park system that maybe isn't there now? And so that's really kind of what that process is about. And with that, I would just mention that took us through the end of the last year. We do have a number of things that have been coming in January. So the Parkhurst Academy had another field day. Health First did a seniors walk where 75 seniors were in attendance out at the Field of Dreams. That was successful. Rockledge High School had 25 students and 5 staff members out there earlier this month. We have another seniors day at the park coming up. The mobile library and story time starting here at the end of this month and early in February for the story walk. That'd be the first one for the story walk is February 8th. And then also the Valentine's dance and the Easter egg hunt. So those are things that are coming up that weren't in that timeline that showed through the end of the year. So with that, that's
Ms. Adams, you're up.
Thank you. Are all of those events you say that are upcoming, are they open to the public or are some of them closed?
You're talking about like
Open to
the
the
Easter
public.
egg hunt? The Easter egg hunt included?
Yeah,
All of
so Valentine's dance, Easter egg hunt, the story time and story walk, those are all open to the public. Seniors Day at the park, that one I need to verify if that's with a particular organization or not. And then obviously the Rockledge High School group is, on their own, but the other events and activities are open.
Okay, thank you. In terms of continuing to keep a track on this position, making sure the park is utilized, do we need to have a better system in place in terms of data and analytics to better assist the Parks and Rec Department?
Yeah, it's something we've talked about. We've looked at a couple of different systems, have not yet moved forward on one, but I would love to, I like technology. I would love to see a system in place to better track that and be able to pull stats. It would make, these types of reports easier to pull together.
Well, I think a better system's also going to tell us if it's, making an impact and those things that we want to measure. So I don't know if that's how expensive an item that would be, but I think it's something worth looking into.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And we have been looking at several systems. In fact, on my desk, I have probably 4 names of companies that we're going to be reaching out to for demos.
Okay. And I think in terms, I really do appreciate the report. I know that the last time Field of Dreams was mentioned, I asked a lot of questions and was really interested in making sure this position is really serving our special needs population as well as the greater West Melbourne community that does come to utilize the park. So I think we've still got some ways to go with it, but I think we're starting off on a strong effort, so I appreciate your work, Ivy, with the things that she's been doing. I would like to see the pickup games be something that gains traction sooner rather than later, but I wanted to say thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Just a quick question. Yeah, I appreciate all that. Just a quick question. Pickleball courts, we approved that like 4 months ago.
They are cleaning and patching cracks this week, and we'll be back next week to paint.
So it'll be done when? I know it was last budget year when we started this.
I don't have a specific end date. We were delayed a bit due to some weather, and they were pulled off on other jobs. And so we are back on track. They're here this week, and they'll be here next week. So my hope is that they'll be wrapping up in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you for the report.
Sure.
In the interest of time, is there anything else here pressing, or you want to kick it down to next meeting?
You guys do have the finance report, not to steal our new finance director's thunder, but certainly feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions or comments. First quarter, so everything looks, for the most part, really good. It's first quarter. It's hard to go wrong. Otherwise, I know our city attorney was very excited to present the ABIV update.
I'm more than happy to kick it down to the next meeting, though, if that's your will.
Sounds good to me. Is there anything else pressing? Does anybody need to do a council report? I mean, we all have stuff to say. Definitely next meeting. We'll give you.
Can make up for it.
Yeah. All right. Any question for city manager, or city attorney, real quick? You have anything for the good of the group? Then this meeting is adjourned at 10:58.
I see 11 o'clock, Mayor.